Beautiful night here in the Gateway City, Busch Stadium, the scene. And this evening, the St. Louis Cardinals playing host to the Milwaukee Brewers in Game 2 of this weekend series. In Game 1, early on, first inning as David Freese set the tone. 1-1 pitch. Freese hits it out to center field. At the track, at the wall, number 1, a grand slam. Way to come out of it, David. David Freese, and the Cardinals would hold on for a 7-6 win. And Freese is in the 7th spot of the lineup tonight. And welcome to Cardinals baseball. That's the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Cardinals come to the ballpark excited about last night, but then they get the very bad news reported during our pregame show. Jaime Garcia on the disabled list. He is going to see Dr. James Andrews. And Mitchell Boggs has been called up from AAA Memphis. Big loss for this rotation.
Well, it really is. This rotation has been doing such an outstanding job, and now Jaime is the second. Westbrook first, now Jaime on the disabled list, and it's interesting that you lose a starter and you add another reliever.
And we'll talk about that, how the Cardinals may fix that this upcoming road trip as far as the off day and how that may change the schedule for Lance Lynn. He's tonight's starter. More in a moment. Game 3 tomorrow. We'll have that for you right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Kyle Loesch, he's 1-4. And for John Gass, the lefty, his second major league start. And that will be tomorrow. Well, Lance Lynn has a chance to join an exclusive group here tonight. The 7-game winners in Major League Baseball. Yu Darvish, Matt Moore, Jordan Zimmerman. Zimmerman starts tonight for Washington. They'll be on the West Coast against San Diego. But Lance Lynn, Al, has just been a workhorse again this year.
And he's pitched well against Milwaukee, 2-1 record, 1.40 ERA. And He leads all active pitchers with his winning percentage. 24 wins combined over the last 2 years. He's won 7 straight decisions here at Busch Stadium. And he, as you said, trying to become a 7-game winner.
Now on the other side, you have Marco Estrada. Cardinals have seen him out of the bullpen in the starting rotation. Really, his career has been up and down.
He struggled against the Cardinals, 0-4, 6.5 ERA, and as a starter, 0-3 with an even higher ERA.
So it's Estrada and Lynn, pair of righties here for game number 2. Sun is shining brightly. Warm evening here in St. Louis. The Table Setters up next. Milwaukee and St. Louis have been very good this year. Aoki on the left is hitting .318 overall. Matt Carpenter for St. Louis, not only a second baseman this year, also a leadoff man overall hitting .305. He's really made a difference in the last 8 games. This homestand, his average is .400. He has scored 7 runs. He has walked 7 times. And always a key when you talk about a leadoff man, does he get on base? Well, Carpenter has done that. On base percentage of .514. A little D as well from Matt Carpenter at second base. He's in the lineup tonight. Beautiful evening for a wedding. WWE stars. Or how about some baseball here on Fox Sports Midwest? Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light. It's the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to stlchevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake, just no equal. Fans are filing in. Some of them here to see the WWE superstars, and others here for a little baseball. We've got the Cards and Brewers in game number 2 of this 3-game series tonight. Ron Renneke, his lineup, Aoki, Segura, Braun, and Ramirez, who had the big game number 1. Then Lucroy, Gomez, Betancourt, Bianchi, and Estrada. The Cardinals defensively. Holiday, Jay, and Craig around the horn, brought to you by Dobbs. Freeze, Cosmo on the left side. Carpenter, Adams on the right side. Molina behind the plate. And no errors in 185 straight games for John Jay. The Kia starter, Lance Lynn for St. Louis.
Pretty impressive, 6-1 record, the good ERA. His strikeouts are up there, and of course, opponents only batting 189. Let's hope he has a better start to this game than he did his last one. He really had to work to get that victory, a career high in innings pitched. Remember, he had a lot of command issues. Couldn't find the strike zone until he figured it out about later on. But let's see if he can throw some strikes early and put up some zeros real quick.
Milwaukee wakes up this morning. They are in the cellar of the NL Central Division, half game back of Chicago, 10.5 back of St. Louis, and they have lost 4 straight. Norichika Aoki, .439 average over his last 14 games.
Brewers are 6-13 on the road and 2-10 in their last 12 games outside of Wisconsin.
These two teams have hooked up an awful lot here early on. So if Milwaukee wants to go on that torrid stretch like they did at the end of last season to gain ground, it's going to be tough to do that against a team like St. Louis with all these games early on.
Cardinals have won 7 out of the first 8 meetings.
2 balls and no strikes. And the shadows a part of the early start tonight at 6:15, especially for the second baseman and in particular the right fielder here at Busch Stadium. The 2-0 pitch taken for a strike. Cardinals have really had the Brewers number, as the Cardinals are now 22-8 over the last 30 games against Milwaukee, and St. Louis has won the last 5 straight. That's a strike, and it's number 2.
Looks like he's found that strike zone a little bit quicker. 2-2 count, and Aoki, the more you see him, the more you like his talent. Very good on base percentage and leadoff hitter.
Slaps it back in foul. 93 on the gun from Lance Lynn. A lot of talk here in town about the innings that have piled up in the starting rotation for St. Louis and pitch counts, and I think you can throw that out the window when you think about a big guy like Lance Lynn.
No doubt about it. I think he is the one guy you don't really worry about. Even in the minor leagues, he had a tendency to throw a lot of pitches and didn't have any negative effect. As you get older, you should get a little stronger. The ripe age of 25.
Here's a 2-2. Chop towards third. Tough play on the short hop. Freeze, nicely done. David Freeze on the short hop and throwing off balance just a bit. Gets Aoki by a step, and the first man is retired tonight.
Boy, the infield defense has been so outstanding. Aoki, slap hitter, and he's off to the races. Little short hop right there, comes in, as you said, throwing off balance, and he's got enough arm strength that he throws out Aoki, who's pretty speedy down that line, especially when he slaps the ball like that.
Well, the Cardinals with only 2 errors on this homestand and a total of 16 this year.
And both those errors came in one game. Cardinals are 20-8 in errorless games.
There is Gene Segura. I don't know about you, Al, but the more I watch this player, the more I like him. He is a guy that I'm sure Milwaukee wants to build around.
No doubt. He's a young man that came over in the Greinke trade, and they had some question whether he would hit enough to be at the major league level. Well, he's answered that in the top 5 in hitting.
Not a big guy, and yet 7 home runs. He's driven in 18.
Extremely fast. Can run, do all the things. He's a terrific defensive player with a great throwing arm. And you were talking about a little bit, we kind of overheard your conversation, but Jerry Dipoto has got to be on the chopping block a little bit. General manager of the Angels give up not only Segura, but 2 pitching prospects. And Hellwig is supposed to be right around the corner. So you make that Greinke trade and then you're not able to sign him long term. They gave up an awful lot to rent a player.
Here's a 2-2. Up the middle and a base hit. And really that's the risk that you run in any kind of deal like that. Trying to make the playoffs and you get the push of Greinke, but yet you don't re-sign him. So head to head, the last 30 games, and you see the runs per game, heavy advantage for St. Louis offensively, and then the ERA a big difference. And that kind of sums up Milwaukee's last season and a half. They can hit, they can run, but they can't pitch.
That's definitely true. Got Ryan Braun, who will come to the plate right here, one of the best hitters in the game. But for the second year in a row, cloud of suspicion hangs over his head.
I was asking the Brewers personnel about that, and they say that it hasn't fazed him one bit. And if it has, it's been kept awfully quiet from the fans and the media. But this guy just wants to put up big numbers, and he's doing it again this year. 8 home runs. He's driven in 26. And a typical Ryan Braun season, hitting .316.
Last year he was second in the MVP balloting, and he had better numbers than the year before when he won the award.
Mentioned this last night with Rick Allen. I want to get your take on it because you've seen some of these great players, but there are 15 players now in the history of baseball, Braun being the 15th, through their first 7 seasons that have had a 300+ average, 200 home runs, 600+ RBIs. And the names on that list, it's a who's who in Major League Baseball. Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle. 3 guys are active. Pujols, Cabrera. You would have to say future Hall of Famers. Todd Helton knocking on the doorstep. He might be in Cooperstown. And then 3 recently retired players, Piazza, Frank Thomas, and Vladimir Guerrero. So very exclusive company when you talk about Ryan Braun.
Very exclusive company, and you talk about so many recent players, and you know those stats are kind of padded. But Ryan Braun, he was the National League home run champ last year with 41. He led the league in OPS for his 2nd consecutive season, and he posted his 5th consecutive 100 RBI season. So he's off to a great start. Not quite as good as Pujols' first 11 years, but he's well on his way to. He's put his name in the vicinity of Cooperstown. He's just got to continue it.
1 ball and 2 strikes. It'll be one of those tests for the writers too, though, when his name comes up. If he continues to do this, what they consider Hall of Fame. Picked off, it's Segura. 2 away, and it's 1-2 on Ryan Braun.
How about Lance Lynn? Just a move like this, those quick feet. Probably couldn't have done it last year with 40 extra pounds, but he's much more athletic. And Segura gets caught straying that first step going towards second, and Lynn fires the ball to first to pick him off.
You know, Al, I don't know if you knew this. I lost a little bit of weight, and I'll tell you what.
Really?
When I jump up from the couch now, the quickness is quite noticeable.
Oh, and I know you're going to get ice cream too.
I'll have my 2nd serving a little later tonight. That is a guarantee. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Somehow my story doesn't really, equate to Lance Lynn, but I'm just trying to draw a parallel there.
I thought it was a good parallel.
Thank you, Al. I've missed you, Al. Where you been? Just working these games, pre and post game. I never see you anymore.
I think it was Waynesville today.
Ah, yes, some of your military work that you do. And there's a strikeout of Ryan Braun as he flings the bat, throws the helmet, and Lance Lynn is out of the top of the first. Then John Jay and Matt Holliday here in the first. It's Craig Molina Adams. Then Freeze picked up the grand slam last night. Pete Cosma and the pitcher Lance Lynn. We'll look at the Brewers defensively. Braun, Gomez, Aoki in the outfield. Luke Roy, one caught stealing in 17 attempts this year. He's behind the plate. Ramirez and Segura on the left side. Bianchi and Betancourt on the right side. And that's a look at your Brewers defense presented by Dobbs. Marco Estrada, a record of 3-2, gets the call tonight.
He won his last start, but they gave him a couple extra days of rest after the two previous starts not going very deep, 5 and then 3 1/3 innings. He is 0-4 lifetime against the Cardinals with an ERA of 6.6. So he is pitched actually better on the road this year.
You and I were talking before the game about leadoff men in the game of baseball. And this is one of the aspects that really has changed from when you were playing to what we see now as a shift is on for Matt Carpenter, who's been swinging a hot bat. Back when you're playing, you had guys that were those jackrabbits that could steal bases.
Let's put it, Lou Brock here.
Yep.
And Willie Wilson in Kansas City. Brett Butler in Atlanta. And the common denominator, they all were base stealers. Now you don't see that. I think arguably, I'm prejudiced to Lou Brock, but arguably we'll say that Ricky Henderson, probably the greatest leadoff hitter in baseball history. And he had the all-time stolen bases, but he also was a power threat from the leadoff spot. Now you see more guys that don't have the stolen base combination, but they are legitimate hitters and the high on-base percentage, and Carpenter's just been outstanding.
And Carpenter drives it out to deep right center field. That'll stay in the ballpark as Gomez makes the catch. The great Lou Brock. You see him time and again still here at the ballpark with his lovely wife Jackie on the Lou Brock Golf Classic, by the way, is coming up to benefit Lindenwood University later. And they get Lou Brock, and what do you know, some championships come along as well.
I think about those, what Lou has accomplished in postseason. Still holds numerous records.
Here's John Jay. Jay has been up and down this lineup and batting second tonight. One ball and one strike. The Reds win again 10-0 over the Phillies in Philly. So as we speak, Cincinnati 2 games back of St. Louis. And lo and behold, you look up, the 3 best records in the National League hail from the NL Central Division, the division that is supposed to be the weakest of the 3.
May still say that, but the facts are not going to agree with you.
And it may change over time this season, long year, but right now I think St. Louis, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, all legitimate teams. As Jay hits it fair. Nice play by Betancourt. Flips to Estrada for the out. Former shortstop there.
Yeah, before this year, Betancourt had never played any other position but shortstop. So Corey Hart still out till the end of this month. And they've had to use a couple of shortstops over there, Gonzalez and Betancourt. And Betancourt makes a very nice play.
How about these crowds here, Al? We have had just terrific weather on this homestand as Holiday will dig in, and amazing the crowds that have been coming out.
Especially, you know, right at the end of the school year, you know, where you think most clubs don't draw until school is completely out.
Holiday hits it sharply into right field. Aoki on the run makes the catch. Well, last night, Aramis Ramirez, not once but twice, a pair of 3-run homers. We'll look back at one of his first when we come back. Game 1, well, his first against St. Louis off of Matty Moe back on May 17th of 2001. And then yesterday, May 17th, 2013, not once, but twice off of Jaime Garcia.
And he's put up unbelievable numbers against the Cardinals in his career. Just a shade over a complete season. He's hit over 300, 32 home runs and 118 RBIs against St. Louis pitching.
And looking at his career numbers now, he is in also exclusive territory when you think about third baseman and home runs hit. Major League Baseball history. Number 1 on that list, Mike Schmidt. This is home runs at third base. So 509 for Mike Schmidt.
I was going to say Mike ended up, I think, with 548, but played maybe some pinch hits in there.
And Ramirez is 6th all-time among third basemen in Major League Baseball history.
And Dan, we have to be honest. When we first saw him with Pittsburgh, a different body, a lazy player. He was an easy target. But when he went to a better club, went to Chicago, and now with Milwaukee, he is one of the elite players. And good for him.
I'd have to say we were pretty rough on him initially.
Well, I mean,
but he earned that too.
Yeah, he earned it. I mean, didn't look like he wanted to even play.
Didn't see a lot of that sense of urgency or hustle. But you look at that body now, he keeps himself in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, that body looks like about 20 pounds lighter and tightened up, and he really plays good defense and has become a very, very dangerous hitter.
3-2 is fouled back. 8.5 years with the Cubs. Last season with Milwaukee. Led the league in doubles with 50. Hit 27 home runs, 105 RBIs.
25 hits away from 2,000. 31 runs away from 1,000. 5 home runs away from 350.
I never would have guessed it. And there he goes again. There's a base hit into center field. Aramis Ramirez.
It's his first hit off of Lance Lynn in 7 at-bats. See if Lance misses his location. Looks like they want a little bit away. And the glove goes to up and in, but not far enough in, and holds him to a single.
There's Jonathan Lucroy at that home run where the Cardinals were out or two away from a sweep last time that Milwaukee was in St. Louis. Didn't start last night. Teams have had their way with him behind the plate, but when he's right, pretty good offensive player.
Remember that the pitching staff had thrown nearly 40 shutout innings. They, as a team, had been shut out for about 20, 25 innings themselves, and Lucroy hit that home run off the bullpen, and it turned into another winning. Bullpen has changed quite a bit since then, or at least the results.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. More what we expected.
And Al, if you go back to 2011, think about how far that team had to go to finally establishing their bullpen, and most point to the acquisition of Zimchinski as the stabling aspect of that team. But remember, Brian Talent, Brian Augustine, they were part of that bullpen of 2011 at the very beginning.
And even last year, Mo at the trade deadline had to tighten up the bullpen. You know, the Mojica deal.
What a deal that's turned out to be.
Unbelievable.
Two balls and one strike with a runner at first. No score as we play here in the top of the second. Beautiful night here in St. Louis.
How about just one little note on Mojica? He's pitched in 46 games for the Cardinals, and he has a save or hold in 35 of them. 12 for 12. I think more than half of them have been 1, 2, 3 clean innings like last night.
And the Cardinals gave up a prospect at that time, Zach Cox, third baseman that played at Arkansas. How about two? Kozma flips to second. It's a double play. 6-4-3 on the double play.
I may be wrong, Dan, but I think Cox has been put on waivers.
Is that right?
I think he's fallen that far. You know, the Cardinals, they thought he was a very good hitter, but as you see, Plaza Tire Service shows you this replay. Nice feed from Kozma. Turn it, make a smile on Oquendo's face. But the Cardinals found out that, you know, Cox wasn't going to be a power hitter. He wasn't going to have, you know, the even extra base power. And they were able to deal him like Brett Wallace and get a lot in return. So not only do the Cardinals draft well, but when they do, you know, kind of maybe miss out on somebody, they've been able to deal them and still come up with good return.
So apparently Cox, you're right, Al. Gorkys Hernandez was also part of this. Scott Main, but they all were returned back to the Marlins from that waiver limbo, so to speak. So any team could have claimed them. There's a strikeout of Carlos Gomez, one of the top hitters. Caught looking. Lance Lynn, sharp tonight. On a double play. Another one was left stranded, and there's been 2 strikeouts tonight from Lance Lynn, and he's got 2 of the better sticks in that lineup. Ryan Braun and also Carlos Gomez, and those 2 exited stage left with a little frustration as Braun was throwing his bat and threw his helmet. And moments ago, Gomez,
he's the National League leader in hitting.
It's a little frustration right there. That's the way that things have gone this year for Milwaukee. Here's Alan Craig.
Another good night by Alan Craig last night. 3 for 3. Hit over 400 on the homestand.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Just 2 home runs, but he's been driving in a ton with his 30 RBIs.
There are some guys, as Mike Matheny was telling me, that just have a knack for taking their game up to a different level when they have these kind of chances. The runners in scoring position type at bats, and clearly, for whatever reason, whatever it is, it's it. Whatever it is, Craig has that.
6th in the RBI race.
Al, you had that as a closer, and you and I will disagree forever on this. The last 3 outs to me are different. They're the toughest.
Let me just say this. I programmed my mind to think that that was easy.
Al, you're an oddball.
Well, we knew that.
You've proven my point. Looks like we've got big savings. I want to get back to that in just a moment. Coming up for the Cardinals and their fans, you will save at least $3 off pavilion level tickets to see the Cardinals and Diamondbacks June 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Every time the Cardinals win, discount off an $18 ticket of $3. So Cardinals win tonight. They win again tomorrow. Tickets could be $1 when they go on sale this upcoming week. Here's Molina. I see Al next to me, to my right, as he has been for so many years, getting ready to put baby in a corner. Go ahead, Al.
No, I'm not. I thought about it in a sense that I programmed myself to think that if I could get the final 3 outs of a game, I could separate myself from others. And so I really thought that I made it. That was what I was most comfortable in when the game was on the line. So anybody can pitch 5 runs up and 5 runs down.
Molina guides it into right field for a base hit. Aoki fighting the sun a little bit. I wonder if that's an hour later if he makes that catch.
I think it was far enough in front of him, but you're absolutely right. He just was kind of caught. I'm not sure where it is. I know it's coming towards me, so I better just stay stationary.
One thing I noticed last night as Yadi just guides it into right field, there was a ball that dropped in that proved to be the game-winning hit from Holiday,
right.
And Aoki plays a very deep right field. This replay brought to you by Plaza Tire Service.
Yeah, and good piece of hitting, a good pitch right on the black, and Yadi's so good going that way. He's 5th in the National League in his average, and you see Aoki almost back on the warning track. With Adams, he should be.
I don't blame him on this guy.
No.
So runners at first and second, and Adams takes the ball.
And Matt is 2 for 3 with a home run off of Estrada.
The shift is on for Matt Adams.
Remember, he spent time on the disabled list, so really only had 12 bats trying to come back and been used sparingly since his return.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Adams crushes this one down the right field line. It is hooking and just fouled. Oh, did he crush that one?
Oh, did he get a rise out of this crowd real quick? That ball was so high it was hard to tell whether it went around the pole or not. Scouts are trying to help out. This replay, and everybody just looked to see how far and whether it was going to be fair or foul.
I don't know about you, but when I watch Adams, and you picked up on those numbers earlier, 2 for 3 with a home run, it's just, he's one of those players where you stop to watch because the ball is jumping off his bat, and he might do something like he just did moments ago, but keep it fair.
Remember 2 years ago, he was the minor league player of the year. He was the Texas League MVP. So last year, going into spring training for the 2012 year, talking with McGuire, talking with Berkman, 2 pretty good sources, been around the game a long time. I said, who has impressed you?
And the 1-2 pitch.
And they both kind of said, we have a lot of Descalzo. And it was a very complimentary saying, got really guys that learn how to play the game, fundamentally sound, good ball players, going to really help you win. But there's a star in the making in Matt Adams.
The 2-2. Adams waves at it way out in front, pulled the string 78 miles an hour. And a strikeout for Marco Estrada, his first of the evening.
Even though he strikes out here, you know, he goes after a bad pitch out of the strike zone. That's something he doesn't do a lot. And he has a short, compact swing. So even though he has great power, he still is going to hit for a decent average.
Here's David Freese. I like how he played it down last night. I wasn't thinking about the home run, wasn't worried about it, but you have to wonder just how much that was in the back of his mind.
I think what worried him more was his RBI total. He doubled it with his grand slam, and I think that is something that we expect to see. The power will come. He had 20 home runs last year. We know he's got power to all fields and has great power to the opposite field. But we also know he can drive in a lot of runs, and so I think that was wearing on his mind more than the home run.
1-0 pitch to David. Changeup. Cardinals, maybe it was part of that cool weather at the beginning of the season, but many of those power hitters from a year ago have not quite picked up where they were last season. Slowly hit to Segura, bobbled the exchange, and in doing so keeps this inning alive. Remember, the Cardinals in 2012, first time in franchise history, they had 5 players that hit 20 or more home runs. Beltran, Holiday, Yachty, Craig, and Freese. And Beltran off to a great start. Holiday with his 6th, but Molina, Craig, and Freese numbers have been down. In particular, I think you look at Craig and David Freese.
Yeah, and I think the good news about that is look at the record. Look at how many games they've won without the benefit of the home run. Home runs will come. And especially once we get the warmer weather, the ball's going to be traveling at a better trajectory. We played against a lot of good pitching staffs also.
What it tells you, too, is the Cardinals' pitching has been outstanding. You don't have some of those players putting up numbers that we're accustomed to seeing.
Saw a couple home runs last night against Jaime Garcia, but that's been one of the trademarks for the rotation. They've done a very good job of not allowing home runs. If you don't walk people and you keep the ball in the ballpark, you should win.
1 ball, 1 strike on Cosmo. Starters have given up a total of 14 home runs, and 6 of those 14 have been off of Jaime Garcia. So that's following up your point, what you're talking about. Cardinals will have John Gast making the start tomorrow. Runners at first and third. The 1-1 pitch as Cosmo rips it into center field for a base hit. The Cardinals strike first again. Pete Cosmo, Mr. Steady in this lineup. Defensively, all-around game. His 16th RBI.
And Dan, an 8th place hitter with 2 outs, getting that first RBI. That is a big lift to any pitching staff. The ball club has been very good at putting up some zeros, letting the offense come along. And you get the ball up to Cosmo, and he'll put a pretty good swing on it, and he drives in his 16th. His RBI total was up there very, nicely.
Well, you know what I would have done.
I know what you would have done.
At that point, I would have had to somehow take your hands off my neck.
Jaime would have only given up 1 home run because first base was open last night, too.
Walk him. Why not? Low strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the news on Garcia, he goes on the disabled list. Issue with his shoulder. Cardinals still have some wiggle room in what they want to do with the rotation, but currently they recall Mitchell Boggs.
Learned from John Mozeliak, Cardinal general manager, that it's been about 3 starts, kind of similar to the ailment that he had last year in his shoulder. He rehabbed most of the winter and had a report to spring training in great shape. Told everyone that I'm healthy and got off to the great start, but I guess it's been nagging at him the last 3 starts.
And it's 3-1 on Lance Lynn, not noted for his bat, hitting .071.
1 for 14 this year, 4 for 68 lifetime.
Championship teams, they have that starting rotation that not only will give you wins but also give you innings, and that has been a concern really the entire career in the major leagues for Jaime Garcia. Not a lot of innings he's put together. The one exception was 2011. That was 194. Last year only 121. And that's the one thing you look at, Al, as you well know. Take the burden off the bullpen and you really put together those championship teams.
And the Cardinal starters have been great this year. Cardinal relievers have thrown the fewest innings in the National League, and so the problems that we had earlier in the season with the bullpen seem to be corrected. But when the starters keep on going deep into ball games, and it's been pretty much 6 1/3, 2/3 they've averaged, then you're going in pretty good direction. Cardinals starters have averaged 6 2/3 for the year.
Another 3-2 to Lynn is fouled back. So the Cardinals in their upcoming road trip, they head to San Diego. They'll play there on Monday night, the first of 3. It's an off day on Thursday, so they can finagle that rotation a little bit because of the off day, and then after that they've got to really take a hard look at what they want to do.
And one thought would be you could, move Lance Lynn up day.
How about that? It's a walk to Lynn, and the bases are loaded.
You got Joe Kelly, you got Seth Maness in that bullpen that could come back and start.
So the bases are loaded for Matt Carpenter. The Cosma base hit to extend the inning to Lynn, then the walk as Pete picked up the RBI and a chance to really do some damage here in the second inning.
Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, out to talk to him, and sometimes pitchers give too much credit. Wouldn't say he'd be doing that to Lance Lynn, but you've got to be able to put that pitcher away.
Al, I believe I read the lips of Ron Renicky where he said, I think he threw him a curveball. And that's when the pitching coach went out to visit on that walk.
That's what I'm talking about, giving too much credit. Just because he fouled off a couple pitches, challenge him.
So a chance here for Carpenter, and he looks at a ball. It definitely was an off-speed pitch. So the bases are loaded. Freeze, Cosma, Lynn all aboard. Carpenter fly to center first time up.
Faced some pretty good hitting pitchers, but I always felt I could get every pitcher out. Didn't always happen, but you have to have that mindset. Same thing, you always got to feel like you can get every 8th place hitter out.
This is where Carpenter can be deadly with the bases loaded. He doesn't get over anxious. He's in the top 15 of all of Major League Baseball in pitches seen per at bat. Talked about it this past week, how he likes to hit deep into a count. The 2-0 pitch.
He's tied for first in doubles in the National League.
And he's in the driver's seat here, 3-0.
Rarely do you put a take on, you just ask for somebody to be disciplined, and that really describes Carpenter. Look for a pitch in a certain area. If it's there, swing at it. If it's not, take it.
And he walks. 2-0 Cardinals. RBI for Carpenter, his 13th.
Renicky has a strong bullpen, but there's question marks in his rotation.
The bullpen has been much better the last 3 weeks for Milwaukee. Dropped the ERA by a run. They have K-Rod out there right now. Henderson has been very good in the back end of games, but can they get there? Right now they trail 2-0. Here's John Jay. And he looks at strike one. Grounded out to first on a very good play by their first baseman tonight, Yuniesky Betancourt. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Ground ball slowly hit to the right side. The threat is through, but the Cardinals strike with 2-out RBI base hits. Cosma, the theme of the season. 2-0 Cardinals. The third here at Busch Stadium. Our keys to the game presented by Toyota. And Lance Lynn, 2 career starts against Milwaukee. He's given up a couple of home runs. Remember, both of those were by Corey Hart, who has been on their 60-day disabled list. So again, it reiterates the point that their offense, when healthy, very, very good. Hart adds to that. It's just been a matter of trying to put together the pitching for Milwaukee.
Well, I remember also Ramirez missed 23 games to start the season. The Cardinals played quite a few times without Ramirez, without Corey Hart, and that's a big part of their offense. So sometimes the schedule works in your favor, other times it works against you.
Al, did I tell you that I thought you were sensational tonight on the pregame? You were sensational.
Really? It must have been Cat, pumped me up.
And I especially enjoyed the video of you and Randy Macho Man Savage. Here's Yuniesky Betancourt. On a hop to second, positioned perfectly. It's Carpenter, one away.
And a lot of our younger viewers may not realize that Randy Macho Man Savage was a Cardinal minor league player.
And we bring that up because the WWE stars are in attendance here tonight, as Mike Shannon had the chance to visit with Bob Uecker and the Twins that are part of the set tomorrow down the street at Scott Trade.
It was kind of funny. We knew Macho Man was heavyweight champion, and a lot of the players back then wanted to see him at the ballpark. He was going to be wrestling in St. Louis, and there were some of the promoters didn't want to bring him out here because Bernansky was much bigger than the heavyweight champion of the wrestling world.
Tom Bernansky was.
Yeah.
Base hit by Bianchi. Brings in the pitcher Estrada. I noticed that your attention wasn't so much in that clip with Randy Macho Man Savage, but on the
Miss Elizabeth.
Lovely Elizabeth.
Yes.
Can't blame you, Al. And we're still looking for Marco Estrada. Come on out of Marco. Come on out. Yes, there he is. Marco Estrada, everyone. Ready to
nature calls.
His plate appearance.
Nature calls. Wasn't quite a Manny Ramirez in the Boston. Had to go into the Green Monster.
Right. Couldn't find him. Now he's playing in Taiwan.
Can't find him either.
So Estrada, freshening up, digs in, showing bunt, and looks at a ball.
A little more pine tar after you wash your hands.
I don't want to go there, Al.
Oh, freshening up, splash a little water in his face, or
Al. Bunt is down. The sacrifice is good. Carpenter covering the bag at first. Sack 1-4 on the play, and it brings in Aoki. I'm with you. And Rick was talking about it last night with Aoki. Very similar thoughts when he began his career here in the States, that are guys going to be able just to throw the fastball right by him? Can he make the adjustment? Just like So Taguchi made that adjustment. Right. We're seeing that with Aoki.
I heard that conversation and agree with both of you. It just didn't look like he was going to be a very strong hitter. And go back to Ichiro. When he joined the ball club, he told Lou Piniella, was his manager in Seattle, he goes, "I'm just setting people up in spring training." And Piniella kind of laughed at him. Like, what do you mean you're setting people up? And then we played an exhibition series up there, and Lou was telling me, he goes, "This guy's amazing." He goes, "I'll put him in any home run hitting contest and he'll win it." But he really was setting up hitters, trying to make them think that, hey, just throw me pitches, fat pitches, and I can't get by it.
Off the glove of Adams to Carpenter, and Aoki with his speed beats it out. So off the glove of Adams, right to Matt Carpenter. Lynn had to come off the mound and maybe hesitated just a bit. Aoki, his good speed, was going to beat it out, and then Carpenter heads up to make sure that the run didn't come in to score.
Would have loved to seen Lance Lynn a little quicker there, but understandable why it might have stopped him as the ball got by Matt Adams, and then you're thinking about the possibility that you might have to back up home plate. But heads up baseball by Carpenter to get over there and at least an option to possibly have a play. One of these tough decisions. Ball hit the right side, you break, you run over there. But then when it gets by the first baseman, you saw him stop there for a minute because he might have to be the responsibility of backing up the catcher if they tried to send the runner home. So you're caught in between, and you're just whatever you do isn't quite right.
Extends the inning to Gene Segura. Singled and was picked off by Lynn.
Second in the National League batting race with his .355 average after his hit, and already 7 home runs. But great average with runners in scoring position, not a lot of RBIs.
Two outs, 2 on. The 0-1 pitch misses up and away. I don't know if you saw this last night, but it just seemed the body language of Molina. He just seemed to be very frustrated at times with Jaime Garcia. Well, Yachty is just so into every pitch. And
remember, Jaime, the first 9 batters, he retired all of them. Just looked like he was going to have an easy night. And he did, except for Ramirez and the hitters in front of him, with allowing 2 3-run home runs. Ramirez is on that rare list where you hit multi-home runs and have at least 6 RBIs and your team doesn't win.
Matter of fact, he's the only one.
I think it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
I thought there were a few more.
It's amazing. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Yachty couldn't quite hold on.
I think I saw Bob Horner hit 3 home runs in a game and we lost.
How about this, Al, that Molina right now is on pace for 1,378 innings caught here in the regular season.
And Mike Matheny has a fight on his hands when he tries to rest him. So he missed 2 games. 2 games he didn't start, but he ended up getting in both those games. Played one at the end at first, and the other he pinch hit an RBI base hit.
Full-time catcher in 2006. So if you include regular season and postseason since that time, and this to me is just amazing. He leads in this category by many innings, but it's 8,309 innings caught. Over 8,000 for Yadier Molina if you include postseason.
How many times you get up and down on those knees?
Yeah. And to his credit, he's come in great shape. He told me in spring training that he really worked on his diet. He has slimmed down. He's transferred some of the weight that maybe he didn't want to carry as extra weight, turned that into muscle, because he did have some knee issues. But that's a pretty amazing stat to see that he's closing in now on 9,000 innings.
It was a couple years ago, but he had 2 years in a row where that final, and the Cardinals weren't in postseason, but the final month he kind of had to back him down because of knee issues.
That's right. Just the mental grind of this position and what the Cardinals place on their catchers. He's the guy that's calling the games. He knows this league better than anybody.
I thought it was very interesting. Mike Matheny said times it wasn't a lot of fun catching for Tony La Russa because they put so much on the catcher, so much responsibility. And then Mike's now saying, I give my catchers a lot of responsibility. He's doing the same thing that Tony and Dave Duncan did. He sees it a little different, but he knows he has the best catcher in all of baseball. And now we can sit there and say the best catcher because he's really a complete player.
Here's a 2-2. And you mentioned it, how Molina is in the top 5 of hitting. And with all the innings that he's piling up, and now we're going to start getting to those hot summer months, you wonder how the Cardinals have looked ahead 2, 3, 4 weeks and said, okay, this might be a good time to give him a day off. We may see this pitcher doesn't have great numbers. Maybe that's a good time, because you really do want to keep him fresh, not just for defense, but for his bat now, too.
True. And I think Tony Cruz is an excellent backup. And he's got a tough job just staying ready, being used so infrequently.
3-2, lifted into left center field. That will get down, and this game is tied. Gene Segura, he can fly on his way to third. The relay not in time. It's a triple. Drives in 2. It's a 2-2 game here in the top of the third. So the Brewers answer with a 2-out RBI base hit by Segura to score 2. And we've got a ball game again. Segura now up to 20 RBIs this year. Lynn just missed on a pitch. The outside corner, he thought he had it. Molina thought he had it. Inning was extended, and Segura made a pay.
Kind of looked like the effects of the tag that Freese laid on maybe his face, and his jaw's a little bit hurting. But look at the ball. Just a real lollipop breaking ball that's just up in the middle of the plate and should have been hit hard.
Here's Ryan Braun, was called out on strikes back in the first inning.
He's hit very well in this situation. 2 outs, runners in scoring position, 385 average. Just 2 for 8 and a home run when facing Lynn.
Fights it off, and the Brewers have the lead. It's a base hit into right field. Ryan Braun drives in his 27th, and Milwaukee leads it 3-2.
Boy, good piece of hitting right there. Using his hands, ball down and in, and used his hands, kept the hands inside the bat, and look at that. How he sliced that ball in there. Eric Lilliquist out to have a talk with Lynn. That's 4 hits this inning, 3 consecutive. Remember, he had a career high in innings pitched. Really didn't think that was going to be a factor today, but starting to see them get on Lynn pretty good. Some of these pitches don't have the bite. It's up, but it's a little bit like getting underneath, throwing a frisbee, not staying on top, where you get that good downward action or movement on any of your pitches, whether it's fastball or the breaking ball.
Fastball at 94, right down the middle to Aramis Ramirez, who singled first time up. I mention it all the time. It's a game of inches, and Lynn missed by maybe a half inch. What would have been a called third strike. Extends the inning. Segura, the base hit into left center to score 2. Braun, the 2-out base hit to right. And you look up, Milwaukee has a lead.
Good pitch there. Ramirez 1 for 7. And that one hit was his last time up off of Lynn.
The 0-2 pitch. Hit sharply to short. Cosma to Carpenter. The 2 RBIs for Segura. Braun a single and a right, and also an RBI. Milwaukee on top, first time in this series. First pitch before the game. And then it's WWE's Extreme Rules pay-per-view. Sunday night, that'll take place at Scottrade Center at 6:30. Good tickets remain for our ball game right here at Busch Stadium. Cardinals.com/tickets. Always can order by phone. 314-345-9000. Pretty tough duty there for David Freese to play catch with the Twins.
Were you a wrestling fan?
Wrestling at the Chase, my man.
Well, I remember as a kid, I had a paper route, on Wednesdays. It was like a weekly, and Tuesday night or whatever it was, the night before, when I'd be folding the papers, I'd watch the wrestling, and just big time. Of course,
I'm old school, Al. Von Erich,
of course,
man.
Oh, how about Mr. Moto? How about Freddie Blassie? Talking about old time. You don't even know those guys.
Now, Al, as Holiday looks at a ball, one strike, you were beginning your broadcasting career at one point, I believe, at Channel 11 doing sports, right?
Yes.
And so Sunday mornings were very special on Channel 11.
That was the Chase, huh?
Wrestling at the Chase. It'll stay in play. Aoki makes the catch. MLB.com at bat. #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10. All available for you. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Cardinals.com. Wrestling at the Chase.
Oh, I remember, but I think that was a little bit before I was here, but I mean, different things. But speaking of those days, Ted Koppler has some blackmail pictures of some of the outfits we wore on set. They were trendy clothes at that time, but look a little out of place now.
Here's Alan Craig. Walked and scored. Part of a 2-run second for St. Louis. Milwaukee comes back with 3 in the top of the 3rd. That's ripped out to left. Braun sliding for it. Gets by him. He's lucky he got a piece of it. If not, that goes to the wall. A rocket hit by Alan Craig. He's at second base and a chance for Yachty.
I think they're going to give a straight double on that. No error, as he did try to come in and get that ball, and it just was a tough play, trying to sacrifice his body to keep it in front of him. He might have just slipped too, but I'm not so concerned with that scoring.
So Craig at second base, and it brings in Molina. Yachty's average at .336. That puts him in the top 5 of Major League Baseball, the National League, of hitting. You think about a guy that doesn't bunt or get a lot of infield hits, and yet Molina in the top 5. Quite an accomplishment. You look at Gomez and Segura. Those are players that are 1-2 in the batting race right now. Great speed.
And when Joe Torre won the batting crown and ultimately the MVP season in the early 70s, he hit .363, and there were no infield hits.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Yadier Molina. Fly ball out to center. Gomez makes the catch. And there's 2 away. Craig back to the bag at second. We turn to our email the booth question tonight. Carsoup.com. Anthony from Ames, Iowa. Do pitchers ever change their foot location on the rubber when facing a lefty or righty at the plate?
Sure. Not everybody, but there are some that will move. For instance, if you're left-handed and you want to get in on a right-handed batter, you might move to the third base side of the rubber, where normally you might be on the first base side of the rubber trying to work the outside part of the plate, just try and give you a little edge. But
here is Adams with 2 outs. Sent a jolt through this stadium in this booth too.
Yeah.
with that near home run that he hit down the right field line.
Would have been nice if it was fair, but it was foul by a few feet.
Shift is on for Adams. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, the Robins Preakness party would like to see the big man take one deep.
Here's a 1-1. And he rips it fair and caught. Betancourt right on the line and takes that extra base hit away. Cardinals strand a runner. They trail 3-2. The athletes come together, and it is the Brown Stockings. St. Louis Brown Stockings. They're part of the Greater St. Louis Baseball Historical Society. And they were at Crestwood Park today playing a little baseball. I'm going to venture to say, Al, that those individuals may not have children or wives and have a lot of time on their hands. So good for them.
You're not joining, though.
Not in the next 20 years, and probably 20 on top of that. That's the St. Louis Brown Stockings. That was shot by our friend Tony West, who's always looking for unique shots throughout St. Louis. America's game, played by 1860s rules. Here's Jonathan Lucroy, the 2-0 pitch taken for a strike. T. West, you never know. He may pop up at a Little League game or the Baseball Historical Society. He's got his camera and he's at the ready. One of the best in the business. It's taken just a bit high, and it's 3-1. And we have a crew made up of men and women. We don't want to forget about the ladies and how hard they work and what they do for us, including right here in the booth. It makes me also think and miss my friend Big Dog, as you do too.
Yeah.
So a leadoff walk to start the top of the 4th. And we turn to our Twitter poll, which is brought to you by AT&T. Who should replace Jaime Garcia in the rotation? This is probably the hottest question right now among the fan base. Joe Kelly, Seth Maness, Carlos Martinez, or Michael Walkup, who has just been fabulous at AAA. There's a look at Dawn. Works to our left and providing you the shots of the high home camera. That pitch is popped up. That's Dawn's camera right there. And we cut away as Matt Adams makes the catch.
Michael Wacha, I think, is 4-0 with an ERA of 1.89.
Al, as you always tell me, I am very good at spending others' money.
Yes,
and
you
so
are.
Michael Wacha would get my vote on the Twitter poll. But then again, I watched him all spring, and you'd understand why I vote for him.
Probably the most impressive pitcher in spring training.
Awesome.
Out of Texas A&M. Shelby Miller signed with the Cardinals out of high school, but he had signed a letter of intent to go to Texas A&M. They would have been teammates.
It's a pretty darn good staff.
And Michael Wacha was one of the #1 picks last season, and already we're talking about him in the big leagues.
Also puts I think a different perspective potentially on Chris Carpenter, and you don't know about Garcia and how long he's going to miss, but Carpenter is amping it up as if he'll at least be extended, so the Cardinals would have the option of bullpen or even starting rotation.
Well, the Cardinals are concerned about the innings pitched for Shelby Miller. He's never thrown more than 150, something like that, innings. And so they're going to have him, they're going to be creative and, miss a start here and there, pushing back to try and get the full season and not do something with what the Nationals did with Strasburg and shut him down at like 160. They're going to have Shelby Miller for the entire year, but there'll be times when they are going to be very creative and kind of watch what they do with him.
1-2 the count.
150 combined innings last year between AAA and the big leagues.
Slowly hit to the left side. Freese cuts it off, and nice play to get the lead man. So the Cardinals at least get that lead man out of scoring position. There's 2 outs and a runner at first. You can see on this play, Freese is moving a lot better. I'm not sure he makes that play in the first couple of weeks of the season.
I think that's a valid point. And healthy, he still has had all kinds of problems with those ankles over the years, but he'll tell you he's healthy. It's not an issue. And anytime that third baseman can cut the ball off, that's his responsibility.
Here is Jeff Bianchi, the second baseman. Brewers really like this guy. They picked him up from the Kansas City Royals. He missed all of 2010. One of those cases of an infielder having Tommy John surgery. So he missed the entire season. Brewers pick him up, and they think he's going to be a pretty good player before it's all said and done.
He was one of the young players on the disabled list earlier this year. He had a left hip bursitis. Major League debut last year.
And he hits it foul out of play.
33 games, including 15 starts. Shortstop, third base, and second base. He hit 3 home runs, 9 RBIs, but just a 188 average.
And the 0-2 pitch on the outside corner, strikeout. But the 8th place hitter, Jeff Bianchi. It's Freese, Cosma, and Lynn coming up. We saw David with a grand slam, his first home run last night. He's due up when we come back. the best Cardinals base running moments. Catch Cardinals live tomorrow at 12:30, followed by the Cards and Brewers at 1, and that's on Fox Sports Midwest. Brummer stealing home. I would have to think that would be in there.
After that, he told Whitey he could do it all the time.
I'm sure he did.
Whitey put the brakes.
Said, no, sir.
The thing about that was the home plate umpire forgot to call the pitch. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch, and
right down
if he would
the middle,
have called it a strike, the game was over.
Here is David Freese. Freese rips a base hit to left.
Set up away, pitches inside, just turns on that and hits a solid single. Cosma got the Cardinals on the scoreboard with that RBI base hit in the second inning. He's holding his own, isn't he?
He sure is. 265 average, so that's on the rise a bit.
The RBIs, he's come up with key hits.
I think more than anything that has impressed me about Cosmo, one, his range to his right. A lot better than I thought. And then the other thing is just how steady he has been. I mean, he has made all the plays, routine, tough, whatever it's been that's been thrown at him. He's been very good.
For some reason, he gets runners on, he gets a little excited, and he's been able to hold his own. His RBIs are, speak very highly. His range is improving to his left. Most of the time, guys have good range to their glove side. He has actually better range in the hole, but it is improving, and that's always a plus. All he has to do is make the routine plays, and he'll stay in this lineup.
One ball, one strike, nobody out as we play here in the home half of the fourth.
Cosma just such an even keel player. Doesn't get it high at all. I mean, sometimes you just wonder if he has a pulse. Just so steady. But I think he's kicking himself right there that he didn't do something more with that last pitch.
Hits that out of play. Beautiful night here at the ballpark. It's another huge crowd, near 40,000, if not over 40,000. Amazing early season crowds that we have had here in St. Louis. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Short lead at first by Freese. And Cosma lifts a fly ball into shallow left center field. Gomez makes the catch. And there's one away. Brings in Lance Lynn. I was remarking about the crowds in particular, Al, because I wanted to get your reaction. We were doing a video behind the scenes here with the Cardinals, and one of the moments that we looked at was Bob Forsch's no-hitter in 1983. And you go back and there is footage of that. Kenny Rates to Fernandez for the final out, but the crowd, I mean, there's nobody in the ballpark. It's a situation where the fans behind home plate as Lynn pushes it up the first base line, and it's fielded for the out, so the sacrifice is good. But nowadays, if you have that kind of moment, people are going crazy. They're on their feet, And, you know, the crowds and even what's happened here in St. Louis, it's just tremendous with the way that things have, you know, shifted back to being just these remarkable crowds and how big they are.
Well, back then, you'd have your attendance would be about 1.6 million, maybe 1.8 million. And it's just one of those situations where I think it's a lot of people in baseball were afraid to televise games. They felt it would hurt the home attendance. And we really found out that it's brought more and more people to want to come to the ballpark when they see all the excitement that does take place at a ball game, how much fun everyone has, and it really has increased attendance the more television we've seen.
Carpenter is 0 for 1, but already up for the third time tonight. Fly to center. He has walked, and a chance at a 2-out RBI here, which has been the theme in this game. All the runs scored with 2 outs. Outfield is straight away, and the 1-0 pitch. Carpenter pops it up left side and out of play. Cardinals have really stepped it up in terms of giveaways. You hear from other teams all the time, and it is a great way to bring fans to the ballpark. The giveaways St. Louis has brought to the table over the years, but nothing like winning.
Yeah,
and
winning's the best promotion.
This team is winning. A shift on here for Carpenter. Segura basically right behind the bag at second base. I wonder if that's at all a distraction for a hitter. In that view of the hitter, normally not seen, you'd see the background of it, maybe a center fielder in the grassy knoll area.
I think you will find that major league hitters, it's not a distraction at all. You know, they're just focused in on the release point, and with him being that far back, it doesn't bother him. For you, Dan, it's a distraction.
You bet it was. That's what I'm going to blame it on. And the overall lack of any talent. Close play at second. Freeze back in safely.
We love to go hear all the stories. Well, I would have been this, I would have been that, but you know, I hurt my arm, or you know, I had kids, I had to go to work, couldn't pay the time, or that's the only thing that separated me from the Hall of Fame.
Carpenter lifts it to center field. Gomez under it and makes the catch. Cardinals strand a runner. St. Louis is stranded 5 this far. 3-2 Milwaukee. Speed pitch of the game as Lynn has hit 96 tonight. Marco Estrada at 90. And that's a look at your Charter high-speed pitch. A 3-2 lead for Milwaukee. They picked up 3 with 2 outs back in the third.
That may be about the fastest we've seen Lance Lynn as a starter. You know, he's gone past 96 when he was relieved a couple years back. And it's not every fastball at 96, but it's getting it up there.
Marco Estrada, pitcher spot at the top of the lineup. Just had a nice group make their way into the booth from the Barwick Newton Foundation, which is something that is just a wonderful cause. They were able to send families to various spots for that rolls foul for fallen police officers, firefighters, those that serve the community. And myself and others are involved in that organization, and these folks in particular paid some money to go to the foundation to have a chance to come to a ball game and on up to the booth.
Perfect. The problem is, Dan, there's
these
just
families
too many causes, and they're all good.
Here's a 1-2 pitch on the outside corner. Doesn't get the call. 2-2.
Did look awfully good. And I commend you all the time and all your charitable endeavors. You do a great job.
We are so fortunate to have the position we have, and then to hopefully do something positive outside of making a living of what we love, Major League Baseball and the Cardinals and this fan base, but use the platform to hopefully bring some money and awareness to various causes throughout town. I enjoy it. This place has been great to me, and hopefully you and I will be doing this, and Rick, for a long, long time.
Not a bad view we have. And have you asked what part of Ballpark Village is the steel structure going up there?
I'm not sure. I can't tell you. When I get here to the ballpark, even when you're on the road and doing some of the games with Rick, I'll be down here at the ballpark. It is, from the minute the sun comes up, they are working.
Yeah, it's going to open up next year.
It's amazing.
And I believe it's in the
backhanded by Freeze and a high throw, but the out.
That could be part of the Cardinals Hall of Fame, which is going to have, you know, tiered bleachers.
Yeah, you can see it right there. You'll be able to go out on a deck, and there'll be tickets for that area. And it's a bar restaurant. You can look into the stadium, similar to an extent of what you see at Wrigley Field with the,
yeah, a little flavor.
Yeah, the bleacher bums, and then the folks that they have at the top of the buildings across the street.
And I know the DeWitt family has probably the second best collection of memorabilia to the Hall of Fame.
They've invested millions into that, and fans will love it.
Paula Holman, she is the curator for the museum, and I know she's for years has just been, Mr. DeWitt, you're going to build it now, aren't you going to build it? And now it's starting to take shape.
But we're also finding
and our
out
offices are going to be over there, right?
That's right. Yep. Fox Sports Midwest apparently is, I don't know if it's official, but looking into offices over there. So you may see some of the pregame and postgame areas, fans to look into and watch the shows. But one of the neat aspects for us behind the scenes is that we've been able to dig up a lot of video and some of the calls and interviews that haven't been heard for literally decades, and some of the stuff is just remarkable. That's taken low, and it's ball forward to Aoki. Saturday, June 1st, kids ages 15 and younger receive a Molina batting practice jersey, courtesy of Powerade and Shop and Save. So kick off your summer with the Cardinals on Saturday, June 1st. A Molina kids batting practice jersey. Cardinals.com/promotions.
Yachty, the most popular Cardinal by far, isn't he?
I'd have to say so. Departure of Pujols, and Molina has really taken his game to a different level.
Really blossomed as a leader.
Segura looks at a strike. I think Wainwright would be in that conversation as well. But Yachty being an everyday player, and I think another one would be David Freese. Hometown product and postseason hero. Fought off, and a base hit into right field. Past the diving Adams, and Aoki on his way to third.
It's 3 hits for Segura. Came in second in the batting race. He's added to it. Just a hard hit ball. Adams holding the runner on. He's playing back normal depth. He might have made that play, but took a tricky hop. Bounced over his glove, but hit very hard. Segura up to 363. He's past Gomez now. He's at 347.
So they are on the horns of the bullpen, and activity now. Big at bat in this game with Ryan Braun. Runners at first and third. 1 out. And Braun couldn't catch up to that pitch in on his hands. It's Carlos Martinez, who's a starter in the minor leagues and now working out of the pen. Big gap in left center for Braun. Here's a 0-1 pitch. Braun on the night. Cole out on strikes back in the first, and a single and an RBI in the third.
Cardinals have turned one double play. They need another.
Inning started with a ground out by Estrada. Aoki walked, and then the base hit by Segura.
Am I right that in Lance Lynn's first start he only went 4 innings, and that's the first time or the only time a Cardinal starter has not gone at least 5?
And that was in Arizona. Remember, he was having trouble with the grip of the baseball and finding a release point.
This game is not going to end 3-2. 87 pitches already.
One ball and 2 strikes. Remember, earlier was Segura that was picked off by Lynn back in the first inning.
Took a false step towards second when Lance Lynn threw to first and nabbed him.
Braun has grounded into 5 double plays this year. How about number 6? Instead, it's a liner into right field and a base hit. So 2 hits for Ryan Braun. That makes it 4-2 as Aoki scores the 4th run of the game, and that's the second time tonight we've seen Braun lace a base hit into right field.
2 RBIs, both of them. Look at it, set up away. It's down, and just another good piece of hitting as he slices that ball into right. And Segura trade places with Aoki.
Aramis Ramirez is singled, also grounded into a fielder's choice. Chops one to short. Kozma out there on to first, and they get the double play. Slowly hit, but yet the Cardinals still turn two. Kozma, Carpenter over to Adams. The second double play turned by St. Louis tonight. That saves a run. It's 4-2 Milwaukee. St. Louis. John Jay, the second place hitter in this lineup, and Lowe's never stop improving. And that's what John Jay has done. He switched his stance, and the results have been very good in the month of May. Average at 365, couple of home runs. And the RBI totals for a guy that has batted leadoff. He's been in the second spot like he is tonight. He's batted sixth. He's batted seventh. He's been all over the place.
Yes, he has. And now he will consistently be in that lineup the way he's producing. Not only has the average gone up, but just the way he's, the RBIs, the way he's finishing off his swing and hit the ball with authority with a lot more explosiveness.
Two balls and no strikes on Jay. Mentioned it, Al, that these starters at some point will be lifted. See the bullpens, and that has been a sore spot at times for Milwaukee, but they've turned that around a bit. Last 2 to 3 weeks, the ERA collectively has dropped by a run. Saw Axford last night, their former closer, on 3-0. It's a strike right down the middle.
In the season, it was kind of a mess. You know, the rotation and in the bullpen. They weren't scoring a lot of runs either.
And that's just a bit low. Looked to be a pretty good pitch. John Jay gets the call in his favor. Leadoff walk, and the tying run comes to the plate in Holiday. Estrada walked 3 in 1 inning. That was in the 2-run second, and now 4 overall in the ballgame. Asking for trouble here with Matt Holliday. Big gap in left center. And Holliday swings and hits it down the right field line. Aoki gives chase out of room for strike one.
And it's amazing, if you retire the first batter, you're well on your way to having a clean inning. But when you start walking people, it's almost like it just tells the preceding hitters that, okay, you know, look for something because you're going to get your pitch to hit.
The 0-1 pitch to Holiday. Here it comes. Now, we showed you that graphic earlier that Lucroy has had issues with base stealers. John Jay is getting a pretty sizable lead down at first base, but you see those numbers, you wonder, well, should we keep him at first and let Holiday drive him in?
Matt came into this 6 for 12 and a home run off of Estrada, 0 for 2 today, and saw John Jay really try to steal bases in spring training. He's got good speed, but he doesn't have the art of stealing down yet.
One ball, one strike. We're in the home half of the fifth. Big crowd here at Busch Stadium. 4-2 Milwaukee. Outfield very, very deep for Matt Holliday. Holliday. Boy, he'd love to have that one back. Skies it into center. Gomez with the catch. And there's one away. We'll say good morning to the new Egg White Delight McMuffin. 8 grams of whole grain and just 250 calories. Only at McDonald's.
Remember the home run that Beltran hit into Big Mac Land? I think that was Tuesday, but anyway, if you have that, still have that ticket, you can redeem it at McDonald's for the Big Mac up until Tuesday, I think, or the 21st.
So what, you get a week with that? Is that right?
Yeah. That's what I was told through McDonald's, at least.
Craig with one out. Runner at first. Very long conversation pitching coach Derek Lilliquist had with Mike Matheny and Yadier Molina. Still action in the bullpen. You wonder if that's going to be it for Lance Lynn tonight.
Interesting is it says now Salas is warming up. Martinez was up. He continued to warm up beginning of this inning, but we would have thought maybe he would have been a candidate to bring in here and get a few innings under his belt. But now it's Salas warming up.
Craig tonight walked and scored and has also doubled. Mr. October, Reggie Jackson, celebrating birthday number 67 today. One of the great characters, the Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson. Did you know him very well, Al, when you were playing?
Well, I took the advice of Bob Gibson. We didn't talk to the opposition. You know, you wanted that fear factor. You didn't want them to know that either you're a jerk or a nice guy or something in between.
Craig breaks his bat. Segura going out to make the catch.
But I have gotten to know Reggie since then.
What's on tap brought to you by Budweiser. Back at it again tomorrow. Old buddy Kyle Loesch making the start for the Milwaukee Brewers.
With ERA, but not the record that you would associate with that ERA.
Loesch overall this season 1-4, 3.49 ERA. Let's go back to the last pitch and the shattered bat of Alan Craig.
And on the handle, he pulled his hands in, but shatters that bat. Loesch was awfully good in St. Louis when he was healthy.
And here is Yadier Molina with a runner at first base. And Yadi on the first pitch fouls it back.
Loesch 0-3 with a 4.50 ERA in his last 4 starts.
Cardinals in their alternate uniforms tonight with the St. Louis on the front. Molina in the top 5 of the National League in hitting. .333. He is single. He is flied out tonight. Another check on Jay, back safely. The 0-1. Yachty throws the bat at it, and it's popped up to the right side. Backcourt over and out of room. How many times have we seen Molina do that on this homestand? Just throwing the bat one-handed.
A couple times getting base hits with it.
That's right. Seems like more now than ever.
I think you're right. Not sure that's ideal. But it is a way to protect the plate when you're down in the count.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Molina, a swing and a miss, and Estrada is through 5. The Brewers have the lead here in St. Louis, 4-2. And kids ages 15 and under receive a mystery Rawlings bat as they enter the gates. So stay in your seats after the game. You'll enjoy the fireworks presented by Cooper Tires, and then pick up your tickets right now at cardinals.com/promotions. So the mystery bat and a fireworks night on May 31st. It's part of a kids weekend. Kids will get a free ticket to a future home game that entire weekend, beginning on May 31st. Chevy called to the pen, and Fernando Salas comes into the ball game for St. Louis. He'll face Lucroy, Gomez, and Betancourt.
Just 5 innings for Lance Lynn.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that's taken low in the dirt. Lucroy has grounded into a double play. The Brewers have hit into 2 tonight, and he's also walked back in the 4th.
Salas got off to a slow start. He's 0-2, 4.20 ERA, but second among St. Louis relievers with his 1.07 whip. And he has a 199 career opponent's batting average here at Busch Stadium. Very good. Don't forget, 2011, he's the guy that had the most saves, 24 for the Cardinals. And then Mott took over towards the end of the season and put his name in the record books.
And that's pulled foul.
Good pitch in on the hands.
And that's out of play. So Lance Lynn, one of his shorter outings of the season tonight, ran into trouble in that third inning.
Yeah, and his teammates get him off the hook and come from behind in this ball game. He's kept his team in it. It's just down by 2. Cardinals only have 4 hits on the night. Milwaukee has doubled that total.
Adams will give chase. Foul territory, and it's out of play. Think about Salas, Al. It's the great changeup when he's right, and that pitch was up, and he'll get away with it. On a 1-2, Lucroy flies to John Jay for the out.
Still, every pitch is set up by the fastball. You have to have enough separation, difference in velocity from your fastball and your changeup to make it effective. Keep hitters off it.
Here's Carlos Gomez. First pitch is fouled back.
He's under 350 now, and his teammate Segura with his 3 for 3 has passed Gomez. Talking about 1 and 2 in the National League batting race.
So Lynn tonight, 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, all were earned, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. 89 pitches, 56 were strikes. That's lined down the right field line and out of play. Cardinals head to the West Coast after the ball game tomorrow. 3 with San Diego. Don't overlook the Padres. They have been playing some of the best baseball since late April of anybody in the major leagues. We saw them, Al, at the end of last season. They were my pick to be the surprise team of anybody.
Still 5 games under 500. They've lost 2 in a row and 5-5 in their last 10. They're playing 500 at home, 5 games under 500 on the road.
Cardinals will face Los Angeles. And then the oddity of the Kansas City series. You've got 2 in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium, and then 2 games in St. Louis, 4 total right in a row.
How about on Monday? It'll be Shelby Miller against Jason Marquis. Jason 5-2, 3.50 ERA.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A strikeout for Salas. He's got the first 2. Gomez strikes out for the second time. Want a great deal on Cardinals tickets? Well, you can fill up at Phillips 66 with 8 gallons or more. Now until June 30th. Receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more info, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. The fly ball lifted to center. Jay going back in front of the track. Puts it away for the third and final out here on the top of the 6th. Adams, Freeze, Cosma due up. Joe Kelly, Seth Maness, Carlos Martinez, who was warming up earlier tonight, Michael Wacha.
What'd
and
you do?
we have,
You flooded it.
Yeah, I did. I got on line Al and just Wacha. That's all I hit. So Michael Wacha.
We will see Michael Wacha sometime this year. Could be as early as next week.
Yeah, and our understanding is that Mo is going to huddle up with his management team and guys in uniform, Mike Matheny, pitching coach Derek Lilliquist after the game tonight, and draw up the plan of attack.
And his normal day would be next Wednesday, which was Jaime's next turn. You have some candidates down in the bullpen. Also mentioned Tyler Lyon might get be the guy. They just want to make sure when Walker comes, he's not going back.
Same thing with Oscar Taveras. My understanding is that Oscar is not in the lineup again tonight, dealing with a bad ankle injury. So that's 7 or 8 games in a row that
that's kind of
he will be out.
Because I know John Mozeliak told me the other day that he expected him back, a couple days ago. But make sure it's right, because a sprained ankle, if you come back too soon, you start back to 0.
Adams 0 for 3 tonight. And it brings in Freeze, who is 1 for 2. So Salas, the 1-2-3 inning. So many times you've seen it, Al, where you get a little boost from your bullpen with a 1-2-3 and your offense comes alive and it turns into a different game.
Well, you sure like to see that, but looks like Salas, of course, have to get at least one runner on to get the pitcher spot up, and Carlos Martinez is back up.
With Martinez out, being a former pitcher, how careful do you have to be with a guy like him that is conditioned primarily as a starter, has been a starter down in the minor leagues, and that's chopped to short, where you get a pitcher up like Martinez, sit him, Now he goes cool, and you have to get him back hot again.
Yeah, that's not the perfect design, and I think managers pay better attention to how many times a reliever gets up and not goes into a game. That's something they used to never really think about, and now they do are a lot more conscious. Sometimes if a guy gets up too many times in the bullpen, they just write him off and say you're not available tonight. But that's one of the biggest things for these young kids, that going from the rotation into the bullpen, they just have to learn how to warm up and warm up properly. You don't want to leave too much in the bullpen.
Two outs, nobody on. Pete Kozma at the plate. No activity in the Milwaukee bullpen, and that's taken for ball 2. Ty Wigginton is moved to the on-deck circle. RBI single back in the second inning, up the middle. And there's another base hit up the middle. Kozma is 2 for 3.
Drove in the first run of the game for the Cardinals. Now he picks up another base hit. It gets Wigginton up. Grannis, the pitching coach, after this base hit up the middle, will come out and talk, as Wigginton would represent the potential tying run at the plate.
Well, I asked Mike Matheny the other day, I said, give me something that you've seen from a very positive aspect of Ty Wigginton. You know, clearly he had his issues in spring training, trying to put it all together, hasn't had a lot of playing time. And he said, I wish fans could see behind the scenes what he's done with the younger players as far as game preparation, looking at tape. If you're a bench player, how to get ready, looking at video. He said, I know that doesn't show up in the stats, but it is something that he has been tremendous with at being a very good teammate.
Yeah, that was the word used. Very good teammate, and it's kind of a new experience for him also. Doesn't have a lot of history of playing off the bench, so it's kind of new. And Ty has talked about how, talking with Benji and also John Mabry, how much they have helped him.
Wigginton slaps it into left for a base hit.
That's 2 outs, no wonder. So 2 outs, back-to-back base hits. And, you know, even Matt Adams, he's, you know, there's change up the circle grip, you see it, but it stays up. A nice little swing on it, line drive over the infield. I was going to say, even, you know, Matt Adams, the fact that he's 0 for 3, but getting 3 at bats in this ball game is going to help him when he's coming off the bench. Like Wigginton earlier this week had a start.
Mike Gonzalez, we saw him pitch last night, getting loose. So 2 on for Matt Carpenter with 2 outs here in the 6th.
Don't you think, don't you want to go out there and just take Estrada's hat and turn it straight? A little cockeyed on his head.
Felix Hernandez. I'm not saying anything to Felix, though.
Well, I mean, I don't think Estrada can be in the same category.
That's what I mean.
King Felix can pretty much do what he wants. Sometimes when you're struggling a little bit, and he's not struggling that much in this ball game, he's leading 4-2. He's given up 6 hits. And you don't want to bring extra attention to yourself.
2 outs, 2 on. 1-0 pitch to Carpenter. Taken for a strike. Matt has flied to center twice. He walked with the bases loaded to pick up an RBI. At that point, it made it 2-0 Cardinals. And now he comes up with runners at first and second. Outfield is straight away.
It's about time for the Cardinals to get back in this ball game.
Redbirds have been out hit 8-6. Trail 4-2.
Carpenter not afraid to hit with 2 strikes, not afraid to hit down in the count. Game plan until he gets 2 strikes. He's looking for one certain pitch, hanger or something. He can handle that, but got a good idea at the plate.
The 1-2 hit sharply past Segura into center field. The second RBI from Matt Carpenter tonight. Cosma scores. It's 4-3.
And Segura, the shortstop, was playing in normal position, he makes that play easy. But with the shift on, he's playing behind second base. He can't go to his right on the hard hit ball and knock that ball down. So Carpenter has knocked out Estrada. With John Jay coming up here, Mike Gonzalez, the veteran left-hander, will be coming in.
All this done again with 2 down. Estrada got the first 2 and now 3 consecutive hits. And Jay a chance to at least tie it up when we come back. Package as we take a look at the home starter tonight. Lance Lynn didn't go very deep into this game with his 5 innings of work.
Ebron with that first one, he ended up striking just 2. Second one was Gomez, and our Chevy called the bullpen as Mike Gonzalez will come in here. He pitched a perfect inning last night with 1 strikeout. And you noted that John Jay is 2 for 3 when facing this reliever.
Sometimes, though, you can get so into the numbers and not what's happening in the now.
Really, 3 at-bats really doesn't tell much of a story. Gonzalez first came up, he was something to behold.
You bet.
Doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but been around a long time and being left-handed.
Remember, he was a former closer that could get it into that mid to high 90 range. 2 balls and 1 strike on John Jay. Three consecutive singles for St. Louis. Jay could tie it up. Ooh, just catches the inside corner, and it's 2-2.
Set up away, the ball on the inside part of the plate. Rarely do you get that call, even if it is strike, because you missed your target by so much.
Jay shoots it out to left, and we have a tie game. John Jay comes through. Wigginton rumbles in, and it's 4-4.
Maybe those numbers do tell a story.
Like I said, Al, you got to play the percentages.
It's 4 consecutive outs, or excuse me, 4 consecutive hits with 2 outs. Cardinals have tied this ball game and still have 2 men on. Wigginton, it could be your own
umpire, when you're out there at second base, you can see if the guy starts to swing, you take off. Scores without a play. Nice going, John Jay. Keeps on getting those RBIs. That's 22 now for John Jay.
Dan Wilcott watching in Kirkwood tonight. Speedy recovery. That'll help. John Jay coming through. To any game, home or road, StubHub, and they have fan rewards this season. StubHub.com. All the runs scored for St. Louis tonight, as they've tied it up, have come with 2 outs, and that really has been the theme this year for the Cardinals.
Boy, it's a great trend if you can continue to do it. Manager always feels like he can never relax. They're almost on the top step, going to take somebody out. Baden-Hop was acquired from Tampa Bay for Raul Mondesi Jr. He pitched a scoreless inning last night. It's been unscored upon his last 8 appearances out of the pen for Milwaukee. He had a save earlier this year against the Cardinals on April 14th.
Here's Holiday, and the first pitch taken for a strike. Talk about how Baden-Hop is long, very free and easy with his delivery. So runners in scoring position, 2 outs. Milwaukee and St. Louis, these 2 clubs tonight have come through.
Holiday 1 for 6 against him.
The 0-1. And make it 0-2. By the way, John Jay's 14th RBI here in the month of May. That's his highest single month total in his career.
And he only had 40 RBIs last year. He's already tied his career high, or his home run total of last year, John Jay. And he's more than halfway to his RBI total.
1-2 on Holiday. Runners in scoring position. He has come through more times than not. .457 average.
It's even better with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Cool 500. With an OPS of 1.417.
Here's a 1-2, and swung on and missed by Holiday, so he strikes out. Baden-Hop shuts the door, but damage done. Cardinals tie it up. It's 4-4 as we head to the 7th. concerns the Cardinals' defense. Fewest errors in Major League Baseball. Diamondbacks, Orioles, Tigers, Mariners, Cardinals. Cardinals at just 16. We talked about it earlier. They've only committed 2 errors on this homestand.
Yeah, and that was both in one game, and this is the 9th game of the homestand. So Cardinals are very, very good. With all the ground ball pitchers they have, it's imperative to have good infield defense. And you look right now, well, even with Alan Craig playing first base, you would have a total of 5 errors in the infield from your third through all the way around to first from your normal position players. Carlos Martinez, an electric arm, had that one bad game on Sunday.
And the 3 strikeout game on Tuesday, lifted into right, slicing foul. Jeff Bianchi is the hitter. Martinez, electrifying. I'm not even sure that describes it properly, just how much fun this guy is to watch and the upside that he possesses. Wearing number 62, Carlos Martinez.
And you telling me the story that what National League scouts following Cardinals minor league system last year and what they thought about Martinez compared to some of the other great arms.
Number 1.
And that's talking about Shelby Miller, Joe Kelly, Rosenthal, all those guys. And some scouts rated Martinez's arm as number 1.
0-2 is hit to Adams. Martinez covering the bag at first, and there's one away.
Ricky Weeks will now pinch hit. They had Schaefer up, but now it's Weeks.
Ricky Weeks has really been a sore spot at times in their lineup this year, and we know he can be great. He's got power for a second baseman, but there are the season numbers for Ricky Weeks, and it has been a struggle. Having said that, you better be careful. Yeah, you can lose one in a hurry.
You can lose one, and very similar. Last season, it took him late in the second half where he made a push to get to a 230 average, but has that power potential.
There's David Freese guarding the line. Tie ball game, 4-4. Always an interesting debate. Do you guard the line? Would you do that even in this spot with a guy like Martinez that can throw 97 to 98? Is somebody going to pull it down the line?
And you've seen him hit the century mark. I'm not a big fan of guarding the line, and especially when you got somebody that throws as hard as Martinez can. But the idea is that you would rather see a single cut down the range by your third baseman, rather see a single rather than the double if it gets down into the corner. But some clubs even put the third baseman on the line and the first baseman, and that makes no sense at all.
The 2-2 got him. A strikeout, 97. Carlos Martinez.
Watch what he does after the strikeout. Goes back to the dugout.
Martinez, little flair to his game as he slings it up to the catcher. 4-4, 2 outs, nobody on here at the top of the 7th.
Let's watch Martinez after the strikeout.
Aoki, ground ball to the right side. Martinez is there for the second time in the inning. Time to stretch. And what has been a beautiful night here at Busch Stadium. We're tied up. It's 4-4. Fox Sports Midwest, brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer. And the Cardinals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri teaming up to help you stop smoking. For more information, call the Quit line, 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Beautiful night here in St. Louis. Glad you're with us. The Matt Hungarian alongside Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin, and it's our Chevy call to the pen. Brewers going with the right-hander here in the home half of the seventh, Mr. Kinsler. And the Cardinals have Craig, Molina, and Matt Adams due up. And a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of your St. Louis Cardinals.
Kinsler saw the 2-0. One of those wins is the only win that Milwaukee has acquired against the St. Louis this time in 8 tries. That was back on April 14th. He's been unscored upon in his last 5 outings. Alan Craig is 1 for 3 against him. Carlos Beltran is 2 for 2. I can think about that later on.
And Craig looks at a strike.
Difference the road game there, the ERA.
Carlos Martinez, the scoreless top of the seventh. 1-2-3 strikeout, pair of groundouts. 2-2 the count on Craig. And a strikeout to start the home half of the seventh. Well, occasionally we will pick up our microphones too down at the field level. Foul language. And we apologize for that if some of that language is picked up at home or wherever you may be. And a ball taken by Molina, who is singled. He's also flied out and struck out. Here's a 2-0 pitch. (3-0) on Yachty. Well, they turn him loose. Untie this ball game. He's sitting on 2 home runs. 3-1.
Take sign is probably the most seldom used sign. You just ask guys to be disciplined, look for a pitch a certain area. If it's a strike and not there, let it go.
And Yachty picks up a base hit into right field. Really a trademark of his career, being able to take that pitch into right.
Sometimes you got a little worried about, when he hit the 22 home runs last year. I think he got a little more pull conscious, but he's 5th in the National League in batting when he goes to the opposite field. Use all the field and you'll hit for a much higher average. And the home runs will come too.
And that leads in, perfect segue, Mr. Hungo, to Matt Adams. Speaking of home runs.
And the fact that he's had 3 at-bats now, getting his timing down a little bit.
That's as pronounced a shift you will see in Major League Baseball than what we have right here on Matt Adams.
And we kind of, talk about it, that how many bats does he have? That how you would put a shift on like this.
1 out and a runner at first.
So for 1 against Kinsler with a strikeout.
If he sees that shift, and if at all the thought crosses his mind to drop down a bunt or just push a ball to the left side. This level, these guys.
That's how you break it.
Yeah, I mean, bat control is so good at this level.
Worked perfectly.
Bounces into the double play. Like we said, you got to use that shift at the right time. And Milwaukee did that, Al, as we pointed out. 4-4 as we head to the 8th. For Milwaukee, welcome back to Cardinals baseball. Let's go to our studio and a Bomberito Sports Update. "16 hits in his last 29 at-bats for the red-hot Joey Votto." Thank you, Jim. As Carlos Martinez will work in his second inning, and he'll get Segura, Braun, and Ramirez. So this is when you find out, you know what? I look around, 40,000 people on a Saturday night. 3 big bats coming up. I'm no longer a AAA, AA, single A. This is the big leagues, and he has responded for the most part since he's been called up.
Have fun with it.
You bet.
You're facing some of the best hitters in the game. Segura, with his 3 hits tonight, has his average all the way up to 363 to lead the National League. Got to get the idea that he's back down a little bit on his velocity just to have better command.
Oh. Pitch at 95, and he hits Segura.
Like I said, to have better command. That ball got away from him. No way in a tie ball game do you want to hit a batter and put him on base. Of course, he's not running as well as he was prior to the ball hitting his hip.
Well, here is the game within the game. You've got Martinez. We really haven't had the chance to see how well he holds runners on. You have the best behind the plate in Molina, and you're facing perennial MVP candidate in Ryan Braun. Segura, great speed at first.
It's quick to first base. That's one thing.
Double play ball. Out at second. On to first. The third double play. The Cardinals have turned tonight.
Cardinals turn a lot of double plays. A lot of times the team that leads the league in turning double plays is a bad pitching staff. That's not the case with the Cardinals. Cardinals just turn them because they got good defenders and they got a lot of ground ball pitchers.
So Martinez has got 5 outs. Salas has worked a scoreless inning. Here is Ramirez and a fastball at 98. Love how he just slings it up there free and easy. He's not a big guy in Carlos Martinez, but big arm. 0-1 pitch.
And kind of because of his last name Martinez, a lot of people in his size kind of figure out who to remind you of, and people come up with Pedro Martinez.
Nasty pitch there.
He had the best breaking ball, curveball in the minor league system. An electric fastball, and then you put a good curveball with it, and a changeup that is pretty good too. Starting the line again.
And a liner and a base hit out to left. Here's Jonathan Lucroy, walk back in the 4th. Go ahead run at first in Aramis Ramirez. Sometimes, Al, as we've seen, when you sling the ball like Martinez, if you don't get on top of it enough, tails in and can hit Segura or back off Lucroy off the plate.
Take advantage of that too, making it uncomfortable at bat. Listed at 6 foot 185. I'm not sure he's even 6 foot. He won't turn 22 until September 21st. And he's one of those players to be named later, as he previously was known as Carlos Mateas.
Cardinals are really disappointed that Martinez had visa issues. They thought that this could be a very big spring for him, but pleasantly surprised when he came in the kind of shape he was in. They thought it would be a long time, but extended spring, get the arm in shape, and then report to Double-A. But very short time doing that, as he's had 14 pitches at 95 or above. Made an impression early on and gets the call up.
Yeah, had the problems getting their work visa. And Dan, we can't emphasize enough how important it is for these young players to at least be in big league camp. Kind of get acclimated, find out, kind of follow what everybody else does. Talk to Shelby or anybody, they'll say each year they go to spring training, they feel a little bit more a part of the club. And then when they do get up here, then they kind of fit right in instead of feeling like they're a fish out of water.
Oh, did it hit him? Gets away. Lucroy.
Yep, it hit him.
is hit by that pitch. Looked to be a breaking ball that got away, and
same thing. Got got sidearm on it and did get on top.
I'll be honest, Al, I'm not sure that this hit him, and I say that because of Lucroy's reaction.
Well,
looked like he was going to stay in, and then he realized the home plate umpire was going to award first base, and I'm not sure that hit him.
Well, and you see Molina trying to ask for help.
I mean, Lucroy started walking back as if he was going to get loose to hit.
Right. Mike DeMuro. All you have to do is ask somebody. You can stop all arguments, because if you say, I saw it, and then they replay it, and then you find out you're wrong. And it looks like now we'll have a pitching change or possibly a double switch as Beltran is going out to right field. Alan Craig will come in and play first base, I'm sure, and Adams is out, and Rosenthal will be coming in. Never hurts to ask, does it?
No. It's our Chevy call to the pen. Trevor Rosenthal coming on. Martinez records 5 outs for St. Louis. With the game on the line here in the top of the 8th with 2 on and 2 down. Trevor Rosenthal coming in. By Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. A 4-4 game. Go ahead run in scoring position. Carlos Gomez, who's now hitting .345, facing Trevor Rosenthal.
1 for 5 off of Trevor with a pair of strikeouts.
Crowd tonight of 42,410. 4-2, 4-1-0 as Beltran is in right.
Will be third up, bottom of this inning. As Alan Craig moved to first base. Adams out. That's where Rosenthal's spot is in the order. Number 6 in the lineup.
One and 2. Think about, Al, you're an opposing franchise, and in this game alone, you've seen Lance Lynn, product of the Cardinals farm system, very good young pitcher. Salas, product of the farm system. Martinez throwing 97, and now Rosenthal, same thing. The Cardinals are coming up with arm after arm.
I had to kind of chuckle a few years ago when the Cardinals said, well, we want to start developing or signing power arms. Why wouldn't you not always want to do that?
Up and in. That pitch at 98 from Trevor Rosenthal.
Decades and decades ago, the common denominator was all pitchers had power arms, and they really didn't learn off-speed pitches until they hurt their arm. No surgeries, so you had to reinvent yourself or you went home. But there were guys that had to pitch with torn rotator cuffs, guys with ligament problems in their elbow. You either found a way to do it or you just went home.
I wonder if more teams are looking at a case like Trevor Rosenthal, guys that they could look at as a power arm at a position and say, it doesn't work out, maybe we look at him on the mound.
Well, that's always been the case. I remember even back in the 70s, the Cardinals drafted an outfielder named Ed Kerpiel. And he was a big guy, about 6'5", 220, something like that. And the thought was if he didn't make it as a power hitter, he could always go on the mound because of his arm. Kenny Boyer was a pitcher and turned him into third base. Damn usual, same type of things.
2-2.
But I think the phenomenon that a lot of parents would be shocked if they knew how many people like a Rosenthal, myself included, that were not pitchers until either in college or even in the case of Mott and these guys until they got into pro ball. Didn't have all that wear and tear on their arms.
And Rosenthal, a former shortstop, and also had some catching.
Remember, Mott was a catcher. Met the mayor of Waynesville today. She told me she threw out the first pitch at Springfield a few years back, and the catcher was Jason Mott.
And that's fouled back.
Not time to end this at bat. Gomez has hung in there pretty well. 10 pitches. It's in the inning on the 11th.
Took something off it, and you say that, and it's 89.
Changeup is anywhere from 89 to 91. And 10 straight pitches were 95 and above, and then he throws the changeup at 89.
The 2-2 scoots away from Yachty. So now 2 runners in scoring position.
Yachty wanted that ball down, but it was a little bit beyond where he wanted it, and a wild pitch puts 2 in scoring position.
And they come alive here at Busch. 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. Bases loaded.
Good at bat for Gomez. He's starting to play with a little flair.
First pitch is hit out of play. It's grounded out, hit into a fielder's choice, and also flied out. There's 2 away. No balls, 1 strike. Double play has been big for the Cardinals throughout this ball game, and now they just need 1 out to get to the bottom of this 8th inning tied up. And they're 1 strike away from doing that. That pitch at 98, little movement too.
Yeah, off the plate and got him to expand the zone.
And here come the fans again. The 0-2.
Run that ball up around the shoulders, and you got your strikeout.
And he got him. Strikeout for Rosenthal. It stays tied at 4. Tied up at 4-4. Home half of the 8th rolls in, and David Freese, could he be a hero again tonight?
How about Dan? It's his pennant night.
That's right.
How about that? All the fans come here, 42,000 plus, receive the David Freese pennant. How about giving them something a little bit more to cheer for you?
And the grand slam last night. And the first pitch is taken for a ball. Kinsler, long inning to sit, second inning of work.
You really have to make sure those 8 warm-up tosses, you get the most out of them.
And Freese drives it into right center field. Gomez makes the catch on the run. What a play.
He's got great speed, got a great jump on that, tracked it down very well.
Man, what a play here.
So look at where he starts at. Watch him going at it. Then he makes a little adjustment to go back and hauls it in. Good outfielder.
Strike 2, Pete Kozma. Got it all started back in the second inning with a base hit up the middle. Picked up the first run of the game. And he's had 2 hits, both singles, and both have been to center field. Falls behind, 0-2.
Time to make a mistake. Beltran on deck.
A check swing and he went. Kozma strikes out, 2 away.
Mentioned when Kinsler came into this action that Beltran was 2 for 2 and a home run. It was one of those 2 hits off of Kinsler.
So here is Carlos Beltran, 2 for 2 with a home run off this righty. And here comes a double switch, it looks like, for Ron Renneke, trying to have his 3rd consecutive winning season at the helm of the Brewers, which has never been done in their franchise history.
What does that tell you?
Man, oh man.
Axford trying to get him straightened out. Beltran 1 for 5 against Axford.
You wonder, though, what is the right spot to get somebody in that's struggled in late inning situations like this. It's our Chevy call to the pen. Axford, the hard throwing right-hander, is coming on. The former closer. He'll face Carlos Beltran. The game on the line. 4-4, 2 outs. Beltran coming up. And a 4-4 game. Axford at one point seemed to be unhittable as the closer of the Milwaukee Brewers, and it all fell apart. And this year the ERA is over 8 in 16 innings. He has struck out 18. They tell us it has not been an injury of any sort. No loss in velocity. He does throw very hard, but certainly a loss in confidence.
Opponents are batting .361 against him with 6 home runs. First batter faced. He's only retired 10 of 19. He's over 3 in save opportunities. He needs 27 saves to tie Dan Plesac for the all-time franchise lead in saves. Did toss a scoreless 6th inning last night. Did allow 2 hits and struck out 1. Carlos 1 for 5 against him.
Shift is on here for Beltran. The first pitch is taken inside for a ball. Carlos part of the double switch. The 1-0.
Back-to-back breaking balls. Lefties batting .406, 4 of the 6 home runs. Righties aren't too shabby either. See the velocity, nothing wrong with 97. Got off to a slow start last season, lost his closer's job, but then at the end of the season came on real strong, and they thought he was going to be fine this year. And right out start of the season, started blowing saves and giving up a lot of home runs.
The 2-1. Ooh, out front, took some off that pitch. 2-2.
led the major leagues in blown saves last year, but as I said, he got it straightened out at the end. He converted 17 of his last 18 save opportunities. He had 49 consecutive saves back in 2011.
The 3-2 to Beltran. Struck him out. We head to the ninth. All tied up here at Busch Stadium. Milwaukee 4, St. Louis 4. Sprint over to the desk, and it's Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live coming up after our final out, but we've got a ways to go. Good ball game here tonight, tied up at 4-4. And the closer, Chief Edward Mujica, ever since he's been put into that closer's role, everything has really had a trickle-down effect in a positive way, as it's our Chevy call to the pen. 8th inning has been settled, the 7th inning to an extent, and obviously, Al, the 9th inning, he's been great.
Mujica is tied for 3rd in the National League with his 12 saves. First in relief whip. He's been averaging like half a base runner per inning. And if you think about it, since he was acquired last year at the trade deadline, Mujica has saved or a hold in 35 of 46 games with St. Louis. Outstanding. And many of his saves of those 12 have been 1, 2, 3 innings.
And there's one pitch, one away, and a lot of that too. Not just the 1, 2, 3, but even inside the 1, 2, 3, it's efficient.
Yeah, very weak little swings, and like you say, if you get outs in the first couple pitches. One guy he's had trouble with is Gonzalez. He was part of the double switch for the Brewers, and Alex against Mujica is 5 for 11. He has struck out 4 times, so it's either feast or famine.
Gonzalez, part of the double switch, takes a pitch just a bit high.
Alex got a lot of playing time when Ramirez was out. A lot of times he was playing first base and Betancourt was playing third.
It's exactly a month ago today that Mujica was put into the role of closer. 6 of his 12 saves have been in 1-run games. One and 2 the count on Alex Gonzalez, who's hitting just 185, and it's taken outside. Mark Zimchinski at an ERA over 6. He was sent down. Boggs removed from that closer spot, then sent down. He was brought back up today. On the outside corner, swung on and missed. First strikeout for Mejica, 2 away.
I say some of these numbers against Mejica might be a little, not reflective of how well he's pitched since he's arrived here in St. Louis. Pitching with great confidence. Aoki 0 for 3 against Chief.
And that's taken just a bit low. Aoki does have 4 home runs. You have to be careful, and there's a base hit past the diving Craig. Is he thinking 2? No, not with the arm of Beltran. Throws behind. A heads up play by Carlos. Talked about it earlier. Craig was playing near the line. Look at that.
Talking about all he's doing is he's guarding against foul balls. His glove is towards the line too, and that's what you're doing when you're playing on the line. You're willing to give up a base hit to your right to keep it from becoming a double if it's into the corner.
Gene Segura, a triple, 2 RBIs that tied the game up back in the 3rd. 3-hit night, and he looks at a strike.
Dan, you know how when you have a left-handed first baseman, it makes sense to be where Alan Craig was, but when you have a right-handed first baseman, you're really cutting down the range completely, because all he can do is just catch foul balls. His glove side is on the line.
Look at that pinpoint control. 0-2.
Segura, a perfect night, 3 for 3 and hit by a pitch.
But throw something out there that would go against the law of baseball, but on the road, tight game. You're Ron Renicky. You're 10.5 behind already. You can't afford to get much further, and you're going to get buried. Would you think about bringing in your closer even though you're on the road?
Well, I think you just, you got to get outs. So it's almost whoever you feel.
And the reason I bring it up, Al, is because they've had few and far between to go to out there that Renicky can really trust.
Well, he's also, he's got his closer up now in case they do take the lead, but whoever you think is going to give you the best chance to put some zeros up there. And I think what you're thinking is, then how long are you going to go with it?
Exactly. And you don't normally see that. At home, you'll bring in your closer.
Because there's no save if you're the home team. Let's get to the 9th inning.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Got him to chase. It's a strikeout of Segura. Mejica does it again. And the Cardinals win it in the bottom of the 9th. Big bats coming up. Those three combined with just 2 hits tonight. As we flash back, it was Alan Craig with this base hit to right. Carpenter just beating the tag, and what a slide that was. That's Cameron Lowe, who was the pitcher in that ball game, and a walk-off victory for St. Louis September 9th of 2012.
Saw Beltran pointing to the slide to the foul side, go around the tag. Like to see that same scenario repeated here against Axford.
That was Edward Mejica's first appearance in a non-save situation since taking over as closer of the Cardinals, and he does the job.
Pretty excited in that situation.
And Carpenter takes a ball. We are in the bottom of the 9th here in St. Louis, a tie ball game 4-4. Big crowd has stuck around. Over 42,000.
Cardinals tied after 8 innings. They're 1-3 this year. Need to tighten that one up a little bit.
The 2-0 pitch, and Carpenter hits it to Segura. He's playing him up the middle. Had to make that reaction to his right. Makes the play, and there's one out. Single and an RBI to left last time up for John Jay. That was off of Mike Gonzalez when they brought the lefty in. A fastball and a strike to John Jay. One ball, one strike.
Axford 0-3 on the year. April 7th, April 9th, and May 1st he lost games.
Play Jay to pull just a bit. The shortstop Segura. Ramirez well off the line at third. Check swing. Did he hold up? No. John Jay, our Budweiser player of the game tonight, 1 for 3 and the key RBI. Back in the 6th inning. A 2-2 pitch. Strike zone tonight of Mike DeMiro. He's done a nice job. Not many complaints. Maybe I'm the only one in that boat.
He's done a nice job. Right.
The 3-2. And Jay, a called third strike. Not much of an argument there for him.
Second strikeout for Axford. Only faced 3 batters, retired them all. Matt Holliday 0 for 4. Look at the strikeout. Jay knew it. How many times we've seen Matt Holliday 0 for 4, and then that 5th time he'll do something very, very special. Couple walk-off hits. Expected him to have a good night. He was 6 for 12 with a home run off the starter, Estrada.
2-0. Be selective here with Axford.
Yep.
Have talked about the fact that he's really struggled with his off-speed pitches. fastball, the velocity is still there, so you can be selective.
And he's hung a bunch of those
You bet.
pitches.
Ooh, what a
Good
cut.
look.
2-1.
He was looking for a fastball and he got it. Couldn't do anything with it. 3 for 11 against Axford for Holiday.
Holiday hits it down the right field line. That is fair. Touched by a fan, so a ground rule double. Holiday represents the winning run. He's in scoring position.
He wasn't going to get any more than the double there. You know, I never fault fans. When you have a 2.5-foot wall, how can you blame a fan for reaching over? It's just, you know, if you don't want fans to do that, make the wall much higher. So.
Alan Craig, could he do it again against Milwaukee? Did it last September with a walk-off base hit. Think about the arms of the Milwaukee Brewers. Gomez plus, Aoki plus in right. Braun is decent out in left.
Alan Craig 2 for 5 off of Axford.
So 2 down. Winning run at second base. First pitch to Craig. Ball 1. Craig tonight with a walk and a run scored. He has doubled. Popped out last time up. He struck out. The 1-0. Taken high. Yadier Molina waits on deck.
A couple breaking balls that just not pulling it down. He's given up 6 home runs already. Most of those came, I think, in April.
Outfield is fairly deep for Craig, so base hit, you would have to figure, would score. Matt Holliday at second base.
Well, they have to respect the power potential. There are 2 outs, so they have to respect the power potential of Alan Craig. You don't want to come in too far, assuming he's going to get a base hit and need to throw out the run at the plate. Like you said, they got pretty good arms out there.
Say it again, Al, to reiterate your point. He has hung a lot of breaking balls and gotten away with it.
There was maybe the only one that Allen could have swung at and maybe done some damage, but 3-0.
Lots of room to the right side. The 3-0 pitch, and that is ball 4. So Molina, a chance to win it. This big crowd of 42,000 ready to erupt here tonight.
He came in 5th in the National League batting race. 2 for 4 tonight. His average up to 335.
Both hits have been to right field.
Granted, Scott back out, do a little quick scout report.
Thing about Molina in spots like these, he struck out a little more this year than in the past, but more times than not puts the ball in play and makes himself an awfully tough out.
Kendo just talked with Matt Holliday, the runner at second base, the go-ahead run, the winning run, and with 2 outs, that runner out at second base can really look in, and he can, if he gets to 2 strikes, he can just take off if he sees Yachty start his swing. They're probably going to not pay a whole lot of attention. Segura all the way back on the grass. Bianchi's kind of shading towards second base, trying to keep Holiday close, but really not serious.
Up and into Yadier Molina. Again, the breaking ball. Left it up, didn't finish it.
Bill Kelly in the Cardinal bullpen. Pitcher spot is on deck.
Fans on their feet. The 1-0 pitch. Knocked him down. 2 balls. No strikes on Yadier Molina. Molina, if you're wondering, with 4 career walk-off hits.
2-0. Does have a base open.
The 2-0 pitch to Yachty. 3-0.
Again, keeps on throwing that breaking ball. It's all high. Descalzo is on deck. He would hit for Mujica.
The 3-0 pitch. Yachty looks at a strike.
Good pitch right there, and a good pitch. If he follows it up, Yachty can hit it out towards right. Really struggled trying to throw that breaking ball this inning. And now he wants to talk to his catcher.
If you're wondering, May 15th of 2012 against Chicago. Last walk-off hit for Yadier Molina.
Long night. Big crowd. 42,000 plus. A lot of them on their feet. Make them all happy with another one, Yachty.
Man that matters is right there. Holiday at second base represents the winning run. Cardinals tied it up in the 6th. 4-4, and that's where it stands right now. Now they'll intentionally walk Molina. They'll pitch to Daniel Descalso with the bases loaded and the game on the line.
Descalso 1 for 3 off of Axford. Remember, his Axford not throwing. His control isn't that good right now, so don't help him out.
Ten strikes, 18 balls thrown by Axford in this ballgame.
Descalso on the homestand, 4 for 9. Walk, air, pressure on the defense. Aoki, look how deep he still is. Right.
Descalso is swing and a miss for strike 1. Hitting lanes to the left side because Ramirez is even with the bag, well off the line. Segura playing towards the bag at second. You're right, Aoki deep in right, but left and center not very deep.
And with the runner at third base, they're not going to. The outfielders shouldn't be able to throw out Holiday. They just keep on looking at the normal second base spot, and that's where I think the game-winning hit's going to come from.
0-1 pitch to Descalso. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the 19th ball thrown by this hard-throwing right-hander who has struggle to find the strike zone. You run the risk with the bases loaded of so many different aspects of how you could win the game, but he has to be able to throw strikes. The 1-1. Now 2 strikes on Descalso.
Holiday was coming home as if it was not a foul ball. Wasn't sure. And doing the right thing. Not sure. Go ahead and come home.
The 1-2. 2-2 on Descalso.
Descalso had a very good spring. Got off to a slow start, but as I said, it's hit well in this homestand. 4 for 9. Defense just standing around. Can't get together with his catcher.
Remember, John Axford at one point had a streak of 49 consecutive saves converted. It ranked 4th in Major League history. And now he's trying to finish off the Cardinals here at this half inning and send us to extra innings. Bases loaded. The 2-2 pitch. And we've got extra innings. Strikeout of Descalso. Cardinals strand the bases loaded. 4-4 as we head to the 10th. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
It's our favorite time. We'll get bonus baseball. Joe Kelly will come in.
I'm not sure, Al, the answer to this question, which is Mitchell Boggs available tonight? I have not seen him in the bullpen. This is our Chevy call to the pen. and Joe Kelly is in, that would mean then that Garcia not officially on the DL, and who knows, if it's a crazy game, you go a lot of innings, you could use him as a pinch runner or to bunt, sacrifice, whatever the case may be.
And that might make a little sense, because I don't think there was any indication until today that, and probably when Garcia got to the ballpark and reported to the training staff, that his arm was bothering him. Might have said something last night, but we don't know.
Well, the Cardinals pass up a golden opportunity. Bases loaded, chance to win it, and a walk-off. Can't do it. So we head to the 10th, and here is Ryan Braun. Pair of singles, bounced into a double play. He is struck out looking, 2 RBIs on the night, and that pitch is taken low and away.
Very difficult to win on the road in extra innings. So you put up 3 outs, they have to get 6 outs.
1-1.
Showed Seth Maness are down there in the bullpen behind Kelly, and we'll try and find out about Boggs.
2-1 pitch up the middle and past the diving Matt Carpenter. 3-hit night for Ryan Braun. So the go-ahead run is aboard.
Ryan Braun 3 for 5. Pitch right in the middle of the plate. Sure Kelly got a little piece of it or not, but didn't slow it down much, and it gets by Carpenter. Good effort. Probably couldn't have thrown him out if he would have stopped that ball.
Aramis Ramirez. Ramirez tonight with a single that was in the second, hit into a fielder's choice. Also bounced into a double play. Again, the Cardinals have turned 3 double plays tonight. Can they make it 4? Singled his last time up. It's fought off. Little bloop into right field in trouble. Drops in for a hit. Ramirez does it again against St. Louis. Runners at the corners and nobody out.
3 hits for Ramirez. Got he set up away. You could see that ball just with his mechanics was going to be on the inside part of the plate, way inside, and jams him, but it just falls in because it wouldn't carry. Jonathan is 1 for 3 off of Kelly. Got runners at the corners. Nobody out. Got the infield in.
We understand, by the way, officially the move has not happened as far as the transaction through the offices of Major League Baseball, but Boggs on his way. Should be available tomorrow. Garcia goes on the DL, but available to run or hit tonight.
All right, now we got to pitch our way through this jam. Kelly is capable of strikeouts.
Yeah, Lucroy here, then Gomez and Axford spot. Infield drawn in for St. Louis. Slowly hit left side. And the play is made over at first base. Braun might have been able to fake out David Freese. Freese looked back. Braun started back to third, then initially went towards home. He took off, and Freese did not look back at that point. May have scored, but regardless, it's a key out for Joe Kelly.
I think he did the right thing by not trying to go home. All you have to do is look him back one time and stop him, which would have been 2 throws that are going to potentially pass Gomez and load the bases. Schaefer will be the pinch hitter. Logan Schaefer. And he is 1 for 1 off of Kelly.
So Logan Schaefer, following the intentional pass, will come up with the bases loaded.
Schaefer is 5 for 19, 263 average as a pinch hitter. In his brief career, 10 for 30. Most noted for his defense. He entered this season the best defensive outfielder in the organization for the 3rd straight year.
Ground ball that is hit to short. Out there, and they get that key out at the plate. It stays 4-4. Nearly a collision at short with the runner and Pete Kozma.
The runner has to allow the defensive player the opportunity to field the ball, but here it is. He comes in on it, so he goes around him, and that's why Yachty looked at third to possibility. See, Ramirez had to give him the opportunity to field the ball, and they got Braun at the plate for the second out. Yachty knew he couldn't get Schaefer at first, so he even looked because to see if he had a throw at third base to get Ramirez. And the Cardinals get out of this jam, would send the momentum back on their side.
Jeff Bianchi with 2 outs, bases loaded. Ground ball up the middle. Kozma can't get it, and the Brewers have the lead. Ramirez will score, 2-run score. Milwaukee has the lead 6-4.
The Yankees' first 2 RBIs of the season. Just up the middle, just beyond the dive. We talked about how Kozma is improving on going to his glove side and just needed an inch or 2 more to keep this one on the infield. Good effort. Now don't give him any more.
Cardinals will have Freeze, Kozma, Beltran due up. Milwaukee with a 6-4 lead.
Not being tied up.
That's being tied up.
Staring out there like you're throwing at me. Well, you swung at it. All just exploded in on Gonzalez.
This is low and in at 95 miles an hour. Cardinals really have had pretty good relief work up until this point.
Yeah, can't argue about it, but they're in line for their 6th loss out of the bullpen.
Two-one pitch. Kelly had really, for the most part, you think Al had done the the hard part, you know, getting the first 2 outs, and then the Yankee. She talked about the RBIs few and far between coming into this ball game, but he comes through here in the top of the 10th.
Cardinals have a major league best 24-9 win-loss with their starting pitchers. Bullpen has really tightened up things recently, but there's 3 wins by Seth Maness, and this is the possibility of the 6th loss by the bullpen.
Runners at the corners. Pitch number 19 upcoming from Joe Kelly. And there's the strikeout. Kelly gives up the 2 runs. Milwaukee has a lead of 6-4 here in game 2. Milwaukee, this 2-run lead. 2 runs would score off of Joe Kelly. And now we'll see the closer of Milwaukee. It's our Nissan drive of the game from the second baseman tonight for Ron Rennecke's club. That would score 2, and it's 6-4 as we move to the home half of the 10th Nissan drive of the game.
Yankees' first 2 RBIs of the year. Jim Henderson, our Chevy called to the bullpen. He's 7 for 7 in save opportunities. He is unscored upon in 15 of his 17 appearances this year. He was the Brewers' pitcher of the month in April. Hadn't had many save opportunities. He had 6 for 6 in saves in April and just 1 more in May. Split last season between AAA and the Brewers.
Better than a strikeout per inning of work for Henderson. Opponents only hitting 150 against him. Just 9 hits allowed on the year in his 17 innings of work. So Cardinals have Freese, Cosma, and Beltran for St. Louis, and they'll have to come back again in this ball game.
Henderson was a Pacific Coast League All-Star last year. He was 15 for 16 in save opportunities. He also, like Axford, is from Canada, and both of them pitched on the Canadian team during the World Baseball Classic.
That team was involved in a pretty good brawl.
Maybe Salas maybe get him back out there, duke it out again. That was an ugly situation, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I mean, an embarrassment to Major League Baseball.
You know, most times now teams leave the dugout or the bullpens. A lot of pointing and a little shoving, and nothing really happens.
Part of what happened in that game is everyone not necessarily knowing the rules.
Freeze reaching for it, rounds back to Henderson for the out.
And what had happened, I guess Team Canada had lost by a big margin, and it goes by your collective runs scored or your differential, and so they were beaten up on Team Mexico, and because of that the differential counted, they were adding to it, adding to their total, and third baseman not realizing that, kind of it was shown right on camera where they told his pitcher to hit the next guy.
And what you're talking about is the unwritten rule of baseball of running up a score and how you're playing with a big lead.
But under those circumstances, they were just doing what they needed to do to try to advance. And Team Mexico not knowing that that's what the facts were.
A strike to Pete Cosmo. Jim Henderson has allowed 2 runs all season in his 17 innings of work. But against the Cardinals, a high ERA over 9.
It's a 2-run deficit, but get things going right here and get back even and hopefully win it this inning. Cosmo got the first RBI of the game. He's got 2 hits.
And he pops it up on the outfield grass. Segura there. 2 away. Well, the Cardinals most definitely had their chances and had Axford on the ropes with the bases loaded. A chance to win the game in the 9th. Axford was not throwing strikes, and I'm sure Descalso would love to take that at bat back and probably a different approach to that at bat. Wound up being a strikeout, but it's chased some pitches that were out of the zone.
It's tough when you're a pinch hitter, and the only time you can really criticize a pinch hitter is if he takes pitches. So it comes with the territory that sometimes you'll expand your zone.
Beltran, part of a double switch a few innings ago, struck out his first time up. It's a fly ball out to left, and we've got the rubber game set up tomorrow between the Brewers and the Cardinals, and we'll have it for you here on Fox Sports Midwest. Disappointing night in front of over 42,000. So the Brewers fell behind early. They took the lead. The Cardinals came back, tied it up, and Milwaukee wins it though in 10 innings.
Still, you come back and win the series, you'd have a very good homestand, and you'd be ready. Win tomorrow, it's 7-3 homestand. You'll take that any day.
It's John Gast and Kyle Loesch tomorrow. We've got the post-game show with the Cat and Hungo coming up.